What's going on, everybody? How goes it? Hope everybody's good. We're gonna end the Sunday off with this. Yeah, we're doing this. I have done a couple videos of Nick Fuentes cussing out, going off on Candace in the past. I say this flat out. I do not agree with everything Nick Fuentes says, but I probably wouldn't even have to feature him if he had some of these so-called friends of Candace Owens and other conservatives and other people who, have supported her heavily, Megan Kelly, Brandon Tatum, to actually tell her the truth when she needs to hear it. And we wouldn't have to sit here and play a whole lot of Nick Fuentes videos that she said, Candace said herself, why should anyone be trying to silence Nick Fuentes? Candace said that herself in her show. So obviously she doesn't care if he exercises his free speech. I mean, it's not like she's going to be able to stop him. But if you're having some issues with Nick Fuentes being played here in the LLC, then perhaps her friends and Candace Owens herself should not be the ones out either making it easier for people to have to put out what he said because it's the truth, or she shouldn't be advocating for him to say what he won't, I guess, against her. I don't know. But she's the one that said no one should be trying to take Nick Fuentes' voice or Tucker Carlson, because I guess she thought he said something that she agreed to, and she figured, oh, okay, cool. He's saying things I like. Let me, make sure that no one silences him. Candace Owens said that herself while talking about Tucker Carlson as well in her own show on her platform. So if you want to have a problem with Nick Fuentes and people giving him some airtime, start with Candace Owens. And I don't think we would be here in the first place if Candace Owens actually listened to Erica Kirk when she said stop 2 or 3 times already. But here we are. There you go. Just so everybody's mind can be at ease that don't like Nick Fuentes. Okay. But Candace Owens is the one that advocated for him to have a voice. She doesn't think it's fair for him to be over there on Rumble. I know nothing about Rumble. I have Instagram. I don't even remember my password for that. I have Twitter, X, and YouTube. I don't have any other social media. And even she said that herself. I don't see why he's, banned from YouTube. Why he can't be able to come back and have a platform here. He should have a voice here. Yeah, when he's saying the things that she wants him to say or she likes and she agrees with. So when he gets back on her ass and starts hammering her ass, now all of a sudden, no one needs to play his videos. No, we playing it. We doing this. Candace, you didn't have a problem. Remember, Heifer. You said it was all good with you. So we all good with it too. So shout out to all of you all. Just had to put that disclaimer out there because I don't have to agree with everything anybody says. I don't agree with everything that Nick Fuentes says. But I do agree that somebody's got to put her in check. Because what she's doing is causing a lot of danger and hurting harm to be thrown somebody's way unnecessarily. All because, she was in love with Charlie Kirk and she couldn't have him. So that's what we come down to. I mean, how about Brandon Tatum and Megan Kelly stop being, punks and then actually grow a spine and they actually put her in place and call her name? How about that? I mean, no one's telling Brandon Tatum, you need to speak up. You need to stop being a punk. This is not your wife. If you are her friend, you should tell her the truth. That should happen regardless in any situation. That means he don't tell her anything when she messing up behind closed doors. But the things that's not out here on public platforms, who knows what's been said and done behind closed doors that he may know about, and he still failed to correct Candace. True friends don't do that. Even the Bible speaks about gentle correction with love. I don't want her gentleness, But if she's got friends like Brandon Tatum and Megan Kelly, why they can't correct her all the time? What's this correction that when she doing anything else wrong that they probably are aware of? You can't make this stuff up. They need to get in her behind. That's how I feel about that. Let's get some music going. Hope everybody's doing all right. Yes, I'm finally getting to the end of the day. You guys, it's gonna be a good week this week. Uh the kids are out of school next week. You guys realize we're 11 days away from Christmas. So much to be thankful for. We're all so blessed in so many ways, with the exception of bots. Everybody's in their right frame of mind, I hope, somewhat, you know, been able to get through this year, through all the good and the bad, and be able to get to a point where we can have some time with our family for the holidays. You spend time with your family every day, but to be able to really reminisce on a day where everyone can be home and chilling out with the kids and the family. We're 11 days away. I know me, I'm just gonna live it up with my kids. I'm so excited. So lots to be grateful for. And I am grateful for all of you all. For the new members, we got it coming up here. Thank you all for stop giving ear tube. I'm not sure what that means. Airtime. I I understand how you feel, but you know, I I want to talk about this here. If Candace says she doesn't have a problem with him having airtime, then I don't, like I said, I don't agree with everything he says. I don't agree with everything Candace says. But we're gonna debunk her and put her in check as well. And when someone else is doing it, whether they're better or worse, when someone is at least telling the truth and putting it out there and saying, or at least asking logical questions, trying to make sense of things, we're gonna do it. We're gonna check it out. Now, if her other people around her start stepping up and say exactly what needs to be said, which I can appreciate that it's the candidness for me and being blunt and direct. Once the rest of them start doing all of that, then we'll play their stuff. But they're not doing it. They're not doing it. So I understand it, but here in the Lady Luck Club, this is my platform, and I'm gonna feature what I want. And hey, listen, if you don't want to watch it, I understand. I get it. I choose this topic only because he's going in on Candace, and she's creating death threats and kidnapping threats for people. I don't recall anybody being thrown in jail because they're listening to Nick Fuentes in the last 6 months. Two people are in jail because they were listening to Candace Owens, and they sent online death threats. I'm trying to figure out which which evil is worse. So let's see here. What's going on, Saint? I'm just going through some of your comments. I get the dialogue, and I mean, the person can feel how they want to feel. But we're gonna listen and check it out. And it's always an option. But there are other, even my brother in Christ, Jay Witt, plays Nick Fuentes videos. I whoever is willing to, with a platform that has the ability to capture viewers on a larger scale, put Candace in place because two people are sitting in jail right now because of her influence. Tell Brandon Tatum to step up. Maybe it'd be better if it came from him. I don't know. But he ain't saying shit. Tell him to step up. Yeah, a couple other content creators I can name that play Nick Fuentes. They don't agree with everything. We don't all agree with everything he says. Of course not. But I don't recall anybody going to jail in the last 6 months because of what he said. And send me the names of the people that are in jail right now because of him. Two people in jail because of Candace. It's got to stop. It's ridiculous. Erica Kirk telling her to stop. She not listening. She got a lawsuit from a whole president of another country. It's ridiculous. So it's an option to watch. It's an option to watch. That's how I put it. What's going on, Ken? How you doing? Hey, Laura. How you doing? Oh, Manny handled it. Okay. And before you guys, like have to block, please let me know. Because Caleb the Faithful was blocked, and I don't know why. And he's supporter here in the Lady Luck Club. He's a Luckster, and he was blocked. So I had to, I just unblocked everybody except one or two people that I singly blocked myself. I had to unblock everyone else because it was so many people blocked in there. And I was like, how did this happen? So before you block someone, please let me know. Removing a comment is one thing, or timing them out, but completely blocking, please email me and just say, hey, check your email. Laura's administrator here, so she can always get in backstage and see what's going on. But I have to know before people are just blocked, because I try my best not to just block free speech. We have some standards here, but just before we get to blocking, let me know. That's all I ask. And I appreciate you guys. I have some great mods. They hold it down in the chat because I get it. It's God, the candy asses can be a headache if you let them. Just see it as they copy and pasting all over the place. If they get raunchy, just delete a comment or time them out. Block someone, please let me know. Let me know. All right, so Caleb should be able to comments coming through. Harry said he's not playing games. Okay. You wanted us to know that? Manny, you good? Well, he certainly likes all things non-democratic. Amnesia, how you doing? Okay. I got you. I see the comments come up again. Yeah, see, folks coming up in here, worshiping Candace. It is what it is. It needs to be her damn husband. Exactly, Saint. Boys Club, where the hell you at? And what are you doing? Y'all, he was supposed to have friends coming in internationally. That's what she said. Why she couldn't go to Phoenix tomorrow. Candace, you can still fly your ass out to Phoenix and face these people. I've never known someone talk so much behind a camera with over 5 million supporters like this, cult members and bots and all that, and then scared to go in person to face TPUSA and Erica Kirk because reasons. But we'll go to Dollywood, and they won't ever address that directly. They just beat around the bush with it. Yeah, that's how we saw Nature Boy and Carbonation earlier. We actually watched a series about a real cult where this cult leader is now in jail for the rest of his life plus 10 years. Candace, take a hint. This is the same characteristics. And it's always making excuses and beating around the bush. And they all just think like hive mentality. They say the same thing. It's like auto repeat. Why won't she just go to Phoenix and face them head on? She went to Dollywood. There's no excuse. That's why we're playing these videos. Because it should be her husband. He's the only other person that can tell her to shut up. We're waiting. We're waiting, Boys Club. So even Jewish Uncensored is playing Nick Fuentes videos. Because no one else is being this direct and straightforward with it when it comes to Candace Owens. Everyone else acts as if they're so scared to say something. Even Jewish Uncensored, the YouTube channel, y'all see this here? Jewish Uncensored is playing Nick Fuentes. What are we talking about? I mean, even my brother in Christ, Jay Witt, plays Nick Fuentes videos. Jewish Uncensored. It's the first channel we're going to check out here. This is their video. They even will put up Nick Fuentes videos of him snapping off on Candace Owens because it needs to be said. Jewish Uncensored. Are they meeting face to face tomorrow? Send me that video. Because if they are, great. I want to play it. Where do you all see that at? No one emailed me that. Hold on. When did they say it was meeting face to face? Oh, thank you, Gary. I appreciate that. That's a blessing. It's good to hear. I'll email you the video of Steven Crowder. Hey, Mira, how you doing? Blanco, I can't stand self-hate with waffle. Candace quoted her post. It's on Twitter X. Ugh. She better take her ass out there if she putting it on Twitter. Good grief. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me see. If she going out there to meet, she got the photo of a Catholic priest on her. This can't be her. This is her page. Now she got the photo of this Catholic priest. Who's it? Is this the Pope? That's right. She is Catholic. Oh God. Are they meeting for a private? Oh Jesus. Okay, let me go to her page where she's got the post. Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion on Monday, December 15th. Candace and I have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a productive conversation. Thank you. You can't make this up. Why? Are you kidding? I thought, Candace, you said George told you no instantly. Now you can go. Oh, man. That heifer finally said, all right, Lady Luck Club, I'm tired. I'll go out here and meet her face to face. Because I was clowning the hell out of her about this. Erica Kirk, please just record it. Let's see. Is Arizona a one-party consent state? Is Erica Kirk? Nevada is it Arizona? Phoenix, Arizona. Is Arizona a one-party consent state? Because Erica, if it is, you can record and you don't have to get her permission. Record that damn conversation. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't trust Candace with nothing. One party consent state. I'm looking this up. Yes, it is. Dear Lord, we thank you, Candace. You can kick rocks, girl. Erica, please record that conversation. Arizona is a one-party consent state, meaning that only one party involved in the conversation needs consent to the recording, and Erica Kirk can give herself consent. Please record that conversation, dear God, record it. I would not trust Candace as far as she can be thrown. Oh my goodness. Hold on, y'all. When I'm on other tabs, I can't see the chat. So let me go back. All right. Thank you, William. My bad. Listen, I'm trying to catch up with the comments. Who child? You can't make this up. Erica needs to record this bad boy. It's a one-party consent state, Erica. Record the damn conversation. Record it, girl. Oh, okay. Meeting tomorrow and the live stream is on hold. Why? Because Candace was going to get obliterated. When did they make that agreement? Oh, let me go back. When was this post up? Today at 8:01 p.m. This was just posted. Today, y'all see that? 8:01 p.m. December 14, 2025. With already 1.4 million views. You can't make this up. Y'all, Kimberly Classic up in. Now she's not busy and her husband is allowing her to do something that day. Interesting. Just be careful that you don't overshare. She will spin it against you later. I'm sorry you have to deal with her or any of the awful rumors. Oh, we're posting in real time. At Erica. This is her right here. Arizona is a one party consent state. Record everything. Dear God, hold on. Dear God in heaven. In heaven. Record it. Record that conversation. You can't make this up. There you go. Ah, see, I added to this. Adding value. That's what we do here. Yeah, our heart for Kimberly Classic. We went over her lawsuit too, so. Oh, look at that, y'all. Oh my God. I thought did y'all see the thumbnail? Candace the Grinch. I thought that was scary. Y'all, this is scary. Oh, dear Lord. Blanco said, I'm here for your laughs and for the word heifer. Heifer. Candace, you heifer. You meeting with her? See, I went hard and heavy last week. I said flat out, Candace's little punk ass don't want to fly out there and face Erica Kirk face to face. Because she's still my bits. You know, you're bad at this, Candace. You still are. You soulless at this too. So now she's like, all right, I'm sick of lady like closed mouth. I'm going out here to face. Now it's private. Erica, you got to record it. Arizona's a one-party consent state. They're going to Phoenix, right? Let me confirm that. They're going to be in Phoenix, right? Y'all let me know. I was responding in real time to the post. I was responding real time to this tweet. Y'all see that? Arizona is a one-party consent state. Record everything. Dear God in heaven, record that conversation because it just needs to happen. I had to look it up first. I had to make sure the laws are laws. But under Arizona law, you can legally record a conversation. Y'all see that here? If you are a participant in that conversation or if at least one participant consents to the recording. Erica Kirk will be a participant in that conversation. She can record it and she does not need Candace Owens' permission to do it. Erica, you got to record it, girl. You got to record it. You cannot trust Candace Owens. Not as far as she can be thrown. You got to record it. So they're going to be meeting face to face for a private in-person discussion. You can't make this stuff up. I'm nervous too, true. Child. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, my God. All right, y'all. I'm going to read some of y'all comments because I'm trying. Y'all see I'm trying to get through. Oh, man. Yeah. Can't. Maj, you rock. Thank you so much. Candace knew that if they did a live stream, it was going to be very embarrassing for her. And she's already got this lawsuit, which I hope Turning Point still sue her. Erica, please ask Candace, why did she disseminate your husband's EMR visit, the ER visit? And who sent her that screenshot from that EMR from the hospital? Somebody sent her that. You need to ask her that. Then that way you could call that hospital and say, this staff needs to be fired for violating HIPAA privacy laws. They were not supposed to send Candace that screenshot. And Candace did not have to disseminate that without consent. We did not need to know that. All we needed to know is he went to a hospital. She wanted to make it seem like, oh, they're lying to me about which one. You don't need to know. You're not his wife. Boy, this conversation gonna be something else. Ooh, child. Shout out to Mira. How you doing, honey? Listen, this is something else. They're meeting face to face in private. Oh, Lord. Can they make sure that Candace Owens goes through a thorough screening before she comes through the door? Make sure there's no needles, hidden weapons, or knives, or, pellet guns. We're checking for everything. No metal. Tell her to take all her jewelry off. Do the metal detector beeping. Make sure she's not wired. If she's meeting them in their territory, oh man. And they're in Arizona, right? I want to be sure we're looking up the right state laws. I live out near Phoenix. I don't want that help for here. Me either. Child. You guys to tell her about Erica's Twitter post. I got that. Is there another one? About meeting Candace. Steven Crowder leaked video of Daily Wire is so epic. Of the Daily Wire? I want to know what happened with her leaving Turtle Point USA. Other than her, was it strictly about the hit the comment thing? Was that the only reason why? Oh my God. I've been trying to tell them about Erica. Okay. We got you. Thank you, Eminem and William. I appreciate it. We got it in. You can't make this up. Oh my goodness. Email me the video. Okay, we'll check it out. Blako. Get his quarter post. It's not she's meeting, no live stream. Oh man. Y'all hit that like button. Do what Mandy says and hit that like button. Thank you so much. That's what adults do. These attacks against them, Islamic love, Candace. Candace don't want to look dumb. She don't. Do you all know all the information that they could have put out? They probably would have even said, here is these so-called leaks that Candace claims she has within TPUSA. Because either that would have been proven or debunked. But either way, it would not have been a good look for her. Because she was the one saying, I've got leaks in TPUSA. Oh, okay. You don't think that could be narrowed down to figure out who these people are? You can send an email or make a phone call from any of those offices with any of those electronic computers, laptops, phones registered on the TPUSA. They can check call logs, get emails, and everything. It's their software, it's their computers, it's their property, it's their devices. If I have a work phone, I cannot expect my employer to give me privacy. They can check it in my phone and get call logs and information out of it because it's the employer's phone. It's not mine. I don't pay the bill for it. It's the same thing with TPUSA. So when she's talking about she's got leaks over there, don't you think that they can easily pinpoint down who these leaks may be? I don't understand why anyone would want to be a leak for Candace Owens when they can just be a whistleblower and do it the right way and still maybe have some protection with their job. We have laws for that. I've been saying this. If there's something that is going on that is unethical or illegal or immoral, and it must be reported, go be a whistleblower. I'm not even saying not to say anything. I'm saying to do it the right way. Don't go and be a leak for our Candace Owens, who doesn't understand the difference between the number 9 and the letter N. Don't do it. Go be a whistleblower. Then you can have that federal law protection when it comes to your employment. They can't retaliate, but if they try, now it's easier to sue them. But if you truly feel something is wrong, you would do it the right way because you wouldn't have any fear of retaliation. And it might be something that can be resolved before it even gets to that point. But if you're just going out being a leak to Candace Owens, and she hasn't been there since 2019, and we're in the year of our Lord 2025, and you still have people asking, why was she forcefully resigned, or pushed out of TPUSA? then you might want to rethink being a leak for Candace Owens. I don't see how anyone can say, yeah, I'm sending her information. I know I shouldn't be sending her, but whatever. Why? Or how about this? The TPUSA employee can just come out themselves and be a whistleblower. And then they don't have to worry about Candace Owens. They ain't got to fool with them. You got some of these people that claim to be TPUSA employees doing videos now. They're posting them up on Twitter and all this other stuff. My only thing is, why not do it the right way? If it's something truly going on wrong, report it and do it right. That's it. It's that simple. It might feel scary, but it really isn't. It is what it is. Can't make this up. Of course, the Pope is saying Christians and Muslim friends. Is that what she got the Pope's photo on her Twitter X page? It's just a weird thing. She don't have her family and her kids up or anything. She got the Pope. I don't understand it. Why not put up a picture of Christ as King? Candace, I thought Christ is King in your world. You got a photo up. Yeah, you can't make this up. I am very much looking forward to the discussion with praise hands in there. You can't. Oh God, girl. Yeah, look, she got the photo up with the Pope, but not Christ is King or something, or a husband and kids, or a wedding photo or something. Guess who got their wedding photo up? Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk. You can't make this up. See, Erica Kirk got her wedding photo up. Look at that. Her and her husband. Why Candace can't do this? Candace, why you got the Pope up as your profile pic? Like, it's who? I don't know. All right, whatever. I'm baffled. That's all I'm saying. Candace act like she's not married. She don't have kids. It's so much more you can put up as your profile pic. She got the Pope up. Dear Lord. It's just weird to me. It's weird. It's weird. Because one is always talking about Christ is King. This is your profile pic. How does this reflect Christ being King? This is Candace Owens with a Pope or Bishop or somebody. How does this reflect Christ is King? Where are they? Yeah, this is Candace over here in this black coat. I'm assuming this is her priest or somebody she's standing next to, or the Pope. I don't know. Y'all correct me if this is Pope or not. I don't even think this is something the Pope will wear. This is crazy. Later, I watched an interview with a former Turning Point employee. You should definitely check out. Send me the link to the video. I sure will. I'll check it out. The new black Pope from Chicago, make it make sense. I say, yeah. The actual Pope is from Dalton, Illinois. Why does she have this as a profile pic? Her and the Pope. I don't understand it. I just why, man? Erica better record that damn meeting with Candace Owens in private. You know she's not going up with good intentions. And I wonder who reached out to who. Are they gonna ever tell that? Did Candace reach out to her? Did she reach out to Candace? How did this go? They just both did this an hour ago. Y'all, this is crazy. Yeah, I replied all like, yeah, you need to make sure you yeah, make sure you record that, Erica. I wouldn't even trust. This is something else. Somebody said, "Can someone explain to me what's going on?" This is insane. This is insane. I'll stop if Erica tells me to stop. Candace, stop. No. want to sit here talking about, oh, you guys should be, doing this in private. No, 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 no. When you're dealing with a pathological liar who comes out and turns everything into content and twists everything up, even if they're doing it in private, Erica better record it. Record it. Okay, Mir. Thank you. Record it because why should anyone trust that? Why should anyone trust that? Record it. No one owes. I got your email, Mira. Appreciate you, honey. No one owes Candace a conversation in private. Even the Bible says if you have an alt with your brother, and that's why I'm curious to know who went to who. Because it seems like Candace is the one that had the gripe with Erica. So if you have an alt with your brother, you go to them in private. In hopes. Don't even have to look up that whole scripture. Yeah, if you have an alt against your brother, you go to them to be reconciled before offering your gift. And if that doesn't work, then you go to them with a third party so that they may bear witness to the truth. That's how that goes. Don't give to God when you got a gripe on your shoulder against somebody. So I'm curious to know who reached out to who. Does anybody know? If Erica did, Candace would flip it all over on his head. Candace probably did because she wanted to know if Erica was going to be there, and if so, she begged George to change his mind. George, I don't think George told her. Let me just tell y'all this flat out. I've been clowning Candace all week about her not wanting to go face Erica face to face. George, I highly doubt, told her no. I don't think he cares because he hasn't said anything to Candace about all the BS she's been saying, especially knowing that it's been rendering death threats and kidnapping threats against Erica Kirk and two small children. And George is allowing all this crap to flow from his wife behind the camera. So Boys Club doesn't care. I don't think he told her no. She's just using that as an excuse. Because if she doesn't listen to him in anything else, and she's certainly not listening to Erica Kirk when she says stop, then even if Boys Club says stop, do you really think she will stop? Do you really think she will stop? Who does a whole hour episode ranting about why can't they just do something virtual? If her husband truly said, no, you can't go, she would have said, listen, I'm only going to talk about this only because I want y'all to understand why I'm not able to go out there. My husband told me no, he didn't think it was safe. And we have some things that's already planned. Moving on. She wouldn't have harped on this virtual link or anything, making it seem like they weren't trying to give her the opportunity to come out and face them in person. Either she can go or she can't go. They didn't owe her anything beyond that. She doesn't dictate what happens with TPUSA. She's not the CEO. Erica Kirk is. I don't get to call Coca-Cola Company and say, hey, I want to have a meeting with you all. I want to be able to ask questions, and to try to get information. And then when they say, okay, we're having an event on December 20th, Lady Luck Club can come out if she wants in person and be a part of the discussion. Well, I can't do it because, my dog barked 3 times and that meant that, I couldn't go. My dog was like, bow, wow, wow, wow. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I got to stay because I think my dog has a sore throat. And now I can't go. But why don't they just send me a link? They can send me a link. Like, I can't dictate what Coca-Cola, Inc. does after that. If I can't go because of something I've got going on in my life personally, my dog has a sore throat, And he's trying to bark and let me know, listen, I don't feel good, Heifer. You can't go nowhere. So I can't sit here and blame Coca-Cola for that. I can't force them to give me a virtual link to join virtually. They're like, we're having this event. The Lady Luck Club can come out in person and ask questions and be a part of it, or she can't. Either way, we're doing it. That's the same thing with TPUSA. It was like, listen, we have to do this, for record keeping. We're making a record here. Now, if she wants to come out in person and ask questions and stuff like that, fine. But we're still doing this either way. She can't get mad at them because she's got something personal going on with Boys Club. Boys Club's got people coming in. So what? You don't run TPUSA. You don't get to dictate, their invite to you. They told you come out in person, Heifer, or go sit down somewhere and leave us alone. So she's the one that said, well, I can't, I can't do it because, George, he instantly said no, but I maybe I can be convinced. No, you said George said no. So why do we need to convince you, Candace? Because words matter. When it's coming out of Candace's mouth, words matter. And I'm very literal with her. That's why I turn on the closed captions. That Heifer would say something where she would say one thing, the first part of a sentence, and then contradict herself in the second part of the same sentence. Just like she says, I hate everyone, but then everybody else is asking, everybody, all these candy ass cult members sitting here talking about, why y'all hating on her? No, Candace is the one that's hating. She said, I hate everyone. She said it. We're criticizing. We're giving free speech, our thoughts and opinion. She said she is the one that said, I hate everyone. That came out of her mouth. That's the epitome of spreading hate. But then she turns around and says, maybe I can be convinced to do another time. I'll just cancel my show if they send me a link. She went on a whole tirade about that for an hour. If it really was about George saying no, that's all there is to it, right? If she truly wants to present herself to be some submissive wife that makes her husband a sandwich when he says, make me a sandwich. She's not stunned George and he ain't stunned her. He ain't stunned her. He don't care what she's doing. Because he would have told her, shut up already if he did. He'd be like, you out here, you got people getting death threats? Stop. He's helping her write these scripts. He's standing behind the camera. And he's not one time said, yeah, now this is going south real fast. No. So I don't believe that he told her no. She's just capping with that and trying to deflect that and putting it off on him and knows that he's not going to say anything. Just like he has not said anything about all this bullshit coming out of her mouth. He hasn't said anything about any of that. So he's certainly not going to go behind her and correct her to say, no, dear, I never told you no. You think he's going to come out and just say that? He's going to come out and literally call his wife a liar? No. It's easy to blame him. It was like she rambling off script. She lies like hell anyway. And then to turn around and say, but I can be convinced, and then try to convince, no, she don't have to convince George of a damn thing. She tells him what to do. And he's like, I just go along with it. Oh, okay. Well, he's already said he gives her glory and lets her shine. So whatever. That ought to tell you who run that house. He don't. Boys Club ain't stunning how he, he hears it's raining man and he just runs up and gets happy. You can't make this up. He's not stunned her. Not at all. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't believe for 1 second that he told her no. Not at all. We got a video to watch. Hold on. And I do want to get to the Nick Fuentes videos. Because it's just high time people are calling her out for real. Like, and they're not sitting here being shy about it. Say what needs to be said. But this is their post. So if she reached out to Erica Kirk, which would make sense, because I mean, Monday was gonna be horrible. Boy, they won't shatter her hopes and dreams. And it's only so long they're gonna sit here and let you just, even if for the record of making a record, let's say they plan on suing her ass, they can at least show, listen, we tried to correct the record. We told her to stop 2, 3 times. She didn't stop. She kept going at this. So we had to do something to correct the record. We did a whole live stream video. We even invited her to come in person. She said no, Your Honor. And then she continued on with the malicious slander and the defamation. So now we're here in court and we're suing her ass. Then that could be used to help their case if they wanted to file a lawsuit against her, because they would have to prove malice intent. She's a public figure. And Candace, you choose to be. No one forced you to be. So it would have served them some good. They wouldn't have cared about how she felt. This is happening. Lord have mercy. I hope somebody tell her, please make sure you record this. Make sure you record this, because you don't want to go out. You don't want to go in that room with her, and then you don't have some security and whatever's going on with this conversation. You gotta record it. That's all I'm saying. You gotta record it. You can't force either one of them. I'm not even mad at it. I'm shocked. I'm also curious as to who initiated this. But record it. Don't let her go in there and tell you a bunch of fluff and nonsense. Don't let her just accept. Look at this. Don't let her just kind of. Don't let her go in there and just say whatever. Hold her accountable to it. She's going to twist stuff up. Candace is a manipulator and a gaslighter. Candace, this is you all over the place. Tyrone Biggins. You can't make this up. Can't make this up. She's a horrible manipulator, but the way to guard yourself, I'm recording this. She's not getting this over on me. I'm recording all of this. All right, so Mira sent the video from Steven Crowder. You said Steven Crowder did it? Who sent this to Steven Crowder? I'm curious. And this video here this is why I don't play this game, from Steven Crowder. What? Oh, y'all. Oh, this is about to get good. Okay. Let me get some more comments in right quick. All right. Well, we're praying for Erica, because that's going to be something else. 12 days of Christmas. Yay. Okay, y'all. We're going to go and check that out at the end. At the end is a shout out to all you in the Lady Luck Club. Y'all, SFL's got the 12 Days of Conspiracy music video up. Oh, that's going to be good. Is that pic of her priest getting ready to do an exorcism on Candace, or what's the point of the pic? I don't know, Susan. That's what I said. Who has a photo of themselves with their priest? Because I highly doubt that was a priest up like that as their profile pic. It's so weird. That's like me putting up a photo of my pastor as my profile pic on Twitter. Me standing with my pastor. Like, why would I put that up? It makes no sense. Candace got 4 kids. It can just be her and boys club. Her and George. One of their wedding photos or something. It's so weird. I don't know anyone that uses the profile pic of themselves standing next to their pastor or their priest or their rabbi as their profile pic for Twitter. And you're talking about someone with a huge platform. It is so weird. Somebody call that priest and ask him what's going on. Candace, I'm not even asking questions. You can kick rocks. All right, so Steven Crowder sent this out, y'all. We're gonna check this out. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear. Hopefully we can see this. This is with Google Vids.
Everybody.
Y'all let me know.
15 minutes ago, the Daily Wire terminated its relationship with Candace Owens. Candace has been an incredibly powerful voice for conservatives for years. Unfortunately, it's become more and more clear, and it's now unavoidably so, that Candace has moved in a direction that the Daily Wire simply cannot and will not support. Candace's shift has done enormous damage to our brand, damage that we've decided we just can't allow to continue. Mostly, but by no means all of this tarnishment to our brand stems from Candace's flirting with, winking at, and even directly engaging in content widely viewed as anti-Semitic, and from associating herself with well-known anti-Semites. The Daily Wire, contrary to public opinion, is not owned by Jews. In fact, the majority of it is owned by Christians, myself included. And we know that anti-Semitism as a charge is, like the charge of racism, often made far too lightly by those who profiteer from such accusations, groups like the ADL or BLM.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that racism and anti-Semitism don't exist. They obviously do, and they just as obviously have no place in our national discourse. Candace refusing to condemn Kanye West, for example, is not anti-Semitism. I said as much at the time, and I even encouraged Candace not to disinvite Ye from her Greatest Lie Ever Sold premiere after his "I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people" tweet a year and a half ago.
Me?
I thought at that time that one remark, even a remark as plainly anti-Semitic and asinine as that, wasn't proof that Kanye himself was necessarily an anti-Semite. People say and do all kinds of dumb things all the time, and I didn't think that Candace should necessarily distance herself from her friend at that moment. Did I find it troubling that Candace continued to stand by Ye as the weeks went on and he continued what became maybe the biggest anti-Semitic meltdown in American public life? A meltdown by the end of which he had praised Hitler, announced a run for the presidency, and hired the most prominent apologist for anti-Semitism in the country, Nick Fentes? Yes, I did. And I argued pretty passionately with Candace about that point at the time. But I still didn't think that her behavior rose to the point of parting ways. Fast forward a little more than a year later, however, and there's a lot more cause for concern. Here are just a few examples from just the last few weeks. Candace appeared on the Fresh and Fit podcast, which itself skews anti-Semitism and talks about the JQ, which means the Jewish question, routinely. And Candace said nothing while the host played a cha-ching cash register sound at the mention of any Jew or Israel, including Ben Shapiro's wife. We have a clip here of that for you.
He is very passionate about Israel. He's married to an Israeli. I mean, that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
You know?
Imagine Ben Shapiro sitting on a podcast that was known for spewing hate toward Black people, and then sitting idly by while the host made jokes, racist jokes about Candace's family. You can't imagine it because it's unimaginable. It would just never happen. Only a few weeks before that, Candace lamented, quote, DC Jews, who she says are Marxists and monsters, and who, quote, want nothing more than political power and need to be weeded out. Then just last week, Candace liked a post on X from an account called Christ Gnosis, asking if a well-known rabbi is, quote, drunk on Christian blood again. Now, if you aren't aware, the idea that rabbis and Jews more broadly drink the blood of Christians is one of the oldest expressions of anti-Semitism. It even has its own name. It's called the blood libel, and it's been used to pit Christians against Jews since the Middle Ages. The blood libel has been used all throughout history to incite the hatred and murder of Jews. I don't claim to know what's in Candace's heart. What I know, as I've said, is that she has been flirting with, winking at, and even directly engaging in content that's widely viewed to be anti-Semitic, and even worse, known and unabashed anti-Semites seem to have taken a real liking to her. They routinely celebrate her, invite her on their podcasts, like her X posts, and retweet them, and she frequently reciprocates. Candace has made something of a sport in these last...
Let me tell you something right now. Just hearing anything along the lines of a human drinking the blood of another human is absolutely disgusting. Why would she want to repeat that? See, here's what many people don't understand when it comes to free speech and the First Amendment. There's a thing called defamation per se. It is something that you can, sue someone on. It's a complaint that can be used to file a lawsuit. It's about the inference. The idea that you're repeating something so heinous as Jewish people drinking the blood of another human. could even be seen as defamatory per se. Because, I mean, who in the world would want to even repeat that? And because you're saying this is something that was theorized that had been done in history, somehow it's being still done now with no concrete evidence. None. Would we be okay? Let me ask this. As Christians, we believe in the Holy Communion. Do we not? The Holy Communion is symbolic for, eating bread or unleavened bread, representing the body of Christ, and drinking wine, representing the blood of Christ. As Christians, which is what Candace Owens professes to be, even though she's weird. She's God. She has a profile pic of her and her precept, not her and her husband. Whatever. As a Christian, would you want someone to go out and accuse you of literally drinking blood when we're doing communion? Would you want as a Christian, would you want anyone to go out and say, I went to this church today and they all supposed to be Christians and they did communion, and these Christians are drinking real blood in here, talking about it's supposed to be the body of the blood of Christ? I mean, as Christians, how we feel about someone saying that about us? She's repeating something about blood libel in the aspect of anyone drinking human blood, whether it's for purification or whatever it's the meaning for it, just the aspect of someone drinking human blood is absolutely disgusting. As Christians, because let's not be hypocritical about this, would anyone as a Christian, something Candace Owens professes to be, want to be accused of drinking human blood when we're doing communion? Human blood. Because that's what's said in communion. That's what the word of God says. Take this, eat this bread. This is representing my body. Drink this. This wine represents my blood. How would Christians feel if you had people running around like somebody like a Candace Owens that works for a Christian organization, and they're saying that people who represent this organization, Christians, are now drinking human blood when we do communion? That is disgusting, first of all, no matter how you put it. I refuse to allow anyone to make an excuse for Candace Owens saying some nonsense like that, when she would not appreciate someone saying that she's drinking blood when she takes communion in her Catholic church. She wouldn't want anyone to accuse her of drinking human blood when she's doing communion. And they do communion in Catholic church, in Mass. She wouldn't want anybody saying anything about that, saying that she's drinking human blood when she's doing communion. So why should anyone tolerate her saying this about Jewish people still participating in some blood libel? And she works for a company where you have prominent Jewish conservatives working there. There's a certain decorum you have when you're employed with a company. I can't go out, and I know I have a huge platform and I still work for an organization or a company and dog out my company. You could be defamatory towards an organization. Defamation is not limited to an individual. Laws are not limited to where you're only being defamatory towards a person. You can actually go out and defame a company or an organization. So why should they be okay with that? Candace is not God. She wouldn't want anyone to accuse her of drinking the blood of any human when she takes communion during Mass in a Catholic church. Christians call it Holy Communion. I'm a Christian. That's why I asked that. Her words could be highly defamatory. They're working for a company where they have donors and sponsors, and it could deter them. When you're out making these types of inflammatory statements, and you have no evidence that they're doing that in this company, or that Jewish people are doing that right now in 2025 or 2024 when this was. You have no evidence of that. So you can be defamatory towards an organization or a company just as much as you can be towards an individual. Whether it's defamation per se. Don't make statements that are not true. That is something that you would have to prove. Someone's drinking human blood. Whether it's the concept of blood libel or Holy Communion. There is no difference. It's disgusting and it's defamatory. Period. These candy-ass cult members want to make excuses for every little thing, and then they don't think about the fact that this could be said the same way around. Candace, as a Christian, could be accused of drinking the blood of a human being when she's doing Holy Communion. You can't make this up. Hit the like button. Thank you, Ken. So we have to be consistent with this. I wouldn't want anyone saying that about any Jewish individual, company, or organization, or Jewish persons. Just like I wouldn't want anyone saying that about Christians. And I'm a Christian. I don't want to think about I'm drinking actual human blood when I'm taking Holy Communion. Unbelievable. So of course they're going to get upset. They don't have to sit here and let you work for them when you're defaming them. When you're defaming people that represents this organization and put them at risk of losing sponsorships and donors and revenue. That loss of revenue, yeah, they could sue her and get it right out of her ass if she causes them to lose out on any potential revenue that keeps the company afloat. I don't understand this. She acts like I mean, we live in a capitalist society. Y'all know that, right? There's no limit here. We don't practice communism or anything where we're limited and restricted to the amount of money we can make. So if people want to donate to an organization, whether it be a nonprofit organization or a regular LLC, it don't matter. Who are we to stop that? Who get upset about that? Especially when you make defamatory statements like that. Bottom line, the fact is, Candace wasn't even born during this era where she's alleging that this happened historically, and she herself has not witnessed that happening with any Jewish person doing blood libel, and she would not want anyone accusing her as a Christian of drinking human blood during Holy Communion. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Can't make this stuff up. We're gonna get back to this, but I had to because I was like, why would she even want to bring that up? It's just disgusting and gross. She's got 4 kids that at some point going to watch her videos, and she doesn't care.
It's called the blood libel, and it's been used to pit Christians against Jews since the Middle Ages. The blood libel has been used all throughout history to incite the hatred and murder of Jews. I don't claim to know what's in Candace's heart. What I know, as I've said, is that she has been flirting with, winking at, and even directly engaging in content that's widely viewed to be anti-Semitic, and even worse, known and unabashed anti-Semites seem to have taken a real liking to her. They routinely celebrate her, invite her on their podcasts, like her ex-posts, and retweet them, and she frequently reciprocates. Candace has made something of a sport in these last months out of strongly implying negative things about Jews, only to then deny that she was ever actually talking about the Jews in the first place. Candace made no statement at all in the days after Hamas terrorists raped, murdered, and tortured over 1,000 Israeli civilians, mostly Jews, some Americans. And then they took hundreds more hostage. But then on October 28th of 2023, while anti-Israel protests were raging in London, where Candace, I believe, was at the time, she reposted a video of the protests on X, commenting, quote, "Interesting thing happening here. People are not accepting the media narrative about what's happening in the Middle East, despite the insistent rhetoric from government officials." On November 3rd, she posted, quote, "No government anywhere has a right to commit a genocide ever. There is no justification for a genocide. I can't believe this even needs to be said or is even considered the least bit controversial to state." There was only one country on earth being accused of genocide at the time. Anti-Semites on X took to it immediately. They cheered at what they rightly or wrongly interpreted as Candace smearing Israel. And Candace didn't rebuff their interpretation. But when Dave Rubin came to the exact same conclusion as the anti-Semites, only instead of cheering for Candace, found it vile and rebuked her, Candace quickly attacked, saying, quote, "What's amazing about this is that I didn't name any country in this tweet. I simply stated that genocide is wrong always. This is not a controversial stance. Interesting how you interpreted it." And then followed up with, quote, "In short, if the blanket statement that genocide is wrong upsets you in any way, then you need to check yourself. I said exactly what I meant, and I won't be backing down or apologizing or further clarifying this statement." Within 24 hours, Candace liked a post calling Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal. Now let's be clear. You're free to disagree with Israel's conduct, and you're free to oppose the Netanyahu government. But the idea that Israel is committing genocide or that Netanyahu is a war criminal is just factually baseless. Unfortunately, Candace routinely makes insinuations about Jews that both lovers of anti-Semitism and haters of anti-Semitism both agree is anti-Semitic. And in almost every one of these instances, Candace says nothing to the anti-Semites who cheer her and only pushes back against those who disapprove of her comments. On February 28th of this year, Candace, just asking questions, posted, quote, "Time to look into the history and profiteering of pornography." Her replies were immediately flooded with anti-Semites cheering her for the question and providing the answer that they interpreted her to mean, the Jews. Once again, Candace did nothing to disabuse the anti-Semites of their assumption. But when Anthony Coach came to the exact same conclusion, Candace pushed back, saying, quote, "This is utterly insane. I tweeted that porn is harming men in our society, and this person has interpreted that as an attack on Jews. This is an example of clinical insanity. There is no other explanation." But of course, there are other possible explanations. There are other numerous examples just like this, when the anti-Semites and anti-anti-Semites all agree that what you're saying is anti-Semitic. Perhaps, as a very well-paid professional and expert communicator, you might consider communicating more clearly. Candace hasn't. She's only doubled down. In the last few weeks, she stated or implied that DC Jews control American politics, that Hollywood Jews force certain Black artists to create violent and filthy music, that a Jewish gang robbed and killed Michael Jackson, that a Jew killed Lee Harvey Oswald to keep us from finding out that the CIA killed JFK. All this while elevating Osama bin Laden and Muammar Gaddafi and defending Hitler's book burning and apologizing to Muslims on behalf of America for what she calls the brainwashing of Americans after 9/11 and alleged American war crimes overseas. None of which proves that Candace is an anti-Semite. I don't claim to know what Candace actually believes. When I've asked her directly what she believes, she's told me, quote, "I believe what the people believe. I am the voice of the people."
What people?
Never mind that subordinating your beliefs to the people is—
What people? Yeah, this is cult leader talk. You know, I represent the people of Earth, Pluto, Neptune, Mars. I mean, who knows what these people are? Candace, you also use pronouns that you can't even help define and specify either. What people? Her cult? What people? Why would she be that vague about it? So she can, anyone else fill in the blank. And then she gets upset when we say, okay, well, obviously these people she's talking about is not of this earth. Martians, aliens, demons. Like, we could fill in the blank then. This is the same person that doesn't know the difference between the number 9 and the letter N. That's what we are.
Both pandering and immoral. It's also vague. Who are the people? And what is it that they believe? Based on her content of late, I can't think that she means Americans broadly or even conservatives broadly. It seems far more likely to me that the people Candace is the voice of are the very people celebrating what she's saying. Here's one of the most prominent anti-Semites in the country giving his perspective on the answer to that question.
I have to stand.
I want you to be very clear when you say stuff like this in my chat. When did you hear me say anything about genocide of Palestine? The bots for y'all love to copy and paste and you don't know what the hell you're saying. The bots, the candy asses. Who said that? In my chat. When did I say that? And be clear, speak plain. And I already see Rick who came in here and tried to make a threat on me last week. When did I say that? Don't put words in my mouth. When did I say that? And they want to sit here and talk about free speech. When did I say that? It's unbelievable. If you believe, who said that? That's what I believe. I didn't even say what I believe on this. I said it needs to be some consistency. Candace shouldn't be hypocritical when she doesn't want anyone accusing her of drinking blood when she does Holy Communion. So she shouldn't accuse anyone else of drinking blood. Why is it that this? Why send a comment like this if I believe something? What did I say I did or did not believe something? I haven't spoken on this at all. It makes no sense. Hey Tavares, how you doing, honey? Good night.
I have to stand because she's cooking. She cooked. That's crazy. She tweets a picture of Rabbi Shmuley. Bill, she writes. Bill. Nothing else. Incredible. She writes, Phil. She called him an unholy rabbi. I'm stealing that, by the way. If you hear that in my AFPAC 4 speech, I'm giving her credit. I'm stealing that from her. She said, the unholy rabbi. Dude, goated with the sauce, f***ing cook.
Fentes went on for about an hour celebrating Candace in that episode from 2 weeks ago. Of course, it's not just her associations with anti-Semitism that are damaging to our brand. Over the last few months, Candace has embraced the worst conspiracy theories and the worst people. When she traveled to Romania to interview Andrew Tate, Caleb was...
I'm so glad you said Candace does not even read the Bible. That girl can't quote a scripture to save her life, and you would think she would just... Okay, well, let me just make sure I quote this correctly. Let me Google it up right quick. She won't even do that. Her profile picture on Twitter is a picture of her sitting next to her pope, or her priest, rather. Her priest. I don't. How does that represent Christ as king? She's Catholic. How does that represent Christ as king? I'm just trying to understand this.
Clear that we wouldn't pay for her to rehabilitate a pornographer, con man, and an accused rapist. Candace assured him that hers would not be a softball interview. But of course it was. Candace not only allowed Andrew Tate to misrepresent his past statements and the charges against him, she helped him do so. Last week, Candace put out a long tweet trying to frame her position not as supporting the Tate brothers, but simply as being fair-minded about the charges brought against them. That might have been more convincing if she had ever said a single negative thing about them, or if she hadn't liked, responded to, or retweeted them 73 times in the months since the interview. I want to be clear about this. Andrew and Tristan Tate are very bad men who have boasted and even sold courses teaching how to manipulate women through sex into doing pornography for your profit. And again, Candace is a professional communicator. She's very effective at saying what she wants to say, probably as effective at that as anyone alive. And of course, Candace has recently said that she's willing to stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that French President Macron's wife was born a man, despite the claims already having been proven false in French courts. The lady has 3 children. She and her brother, whom the conspiracy theorists suggest is actually her, jointly sued and won against the people who first popularized the conspiracy theory in France. But most troubling to me is Candace's deeply disingenuous use of the term Christ is King. As best I can tell, her first use of this term publicly was in response to Ben. If you recall, Ben was asked at a small private event in a Jewish home how he felt about Candace's behavior post-October 7th. Ben was caught on camera saying that he found her behavior disgraceful and disreputable. That day, Candace posted a verse from the New Testament that man cannot serve both God and money, with a follow-up comment of Christ is King. The remark was widely interpreted as a rebuke of Ben and to mean that Candace could not be bought off by Jewish Ben Shapiro. She and her opinions are in service to God. Ben responded in anger. He said that if Candace believed her contract with the Daily Wire was standing between her and God, she could quit. Candace's response was classic Candace. After saying but not saying exactly what she meant and then being called out on it, she denied that she ever meant it in the first place, and how dare you suggest that she did. She said, quote,
That's interesting. She said Christ is King. Where's Christ in this video, in this photo? Somebody point out Christ in this photo. Y'all see Jesus Christ anywhere in this photo? I don't see no Christ in this photo. She's standing next to her priest. Where's Christ in this photo? I have to assume this is the Catholic church she attends. Where is Christ in this photo? You don't even see the word Christ. Where do you see Christ in this photo? I don't even know what this painting is up here. What is that painting up there? That's a weird painting. Where y'all see Christ at in this photo? Help me out for the candy asses. When y'all point out where's Christ in this photo, let me know. Because she says it like a slogan. Like a euphemism. You know, like a chant. Something to shout at a football game. Christ is King. Christ is King. Where's Christ in this photo? This is her Twitter X profile picture. Candace Owens. This is her profile picture on Twitter X here. With the blue check mark and everything is verified as hers. Where y'all see Christ at in this photo? Christ is King. Candace, you heifer. Where's Christ at in this photo, girl? You would think she would just have Christ is King as her profile picture, right? She has a photo of herself on her YouTube channel, a photo of her and her priest on Twitter X. I don't know what she has on any other social media platform, but Christ is King, though. Ain't no Christ in any of the photos, nothing on her pages, nothing. She just says it as a slogan. Candace not about that life. I mean, if she had to endure half of what Christ endured on Calvary, on the cross, she would have given, she wouldn't even thought to go that far. What Christ went through that entire day before he was even put on the cross, Candace wouldn't be able to endure 10 seconds of it. Where's Christ is King in this photo? And yet, people think this is cute for her to just throw it out as a slogan. Gotta be kidding me.
You've been acting unprofessional and emotionally unhinged for weeks now, and we've all had to sit back and allow it, and have all tried to exercise exceeding understanding for your raw emotion. But you cross a certain line when you come for scripture and read yourself into it. I will not tolerate it. She posted again, quote, "You are utterly out of line for suggesting that I cannot quote biblical scripture. The Bible is not about you." Then commented on that post, again, Christ is King. Here's the thing. I agree that Christ is King. All Christians agree that Christ is King. But why say so here? What's the implication? If not that Candace serves Christ and Ben doesn't. It certainly appears to me that Candace is attacking Ben for the very fact of his Jewishness. In fact, anti-Semites love to bandy about the term Christ is King. Here's our pal Nick Fentes again.
What did I tell y'all? It's like a euphemism at a football game.
When I
For them.
come out to these rallies and I see everybody and they bring their rosaries and
and they're America's flags. I know we're on the right side of history. It's probably worth remembering here that Fentes, when he isn't praising our Lord, has called for a holy war against Jews and said that, quote, "We will make them die in the holy war. They have no future in America. They will go down with their satanic master." Christ is king. Yeah, Christ is king. But the term Christ is king is not a gang affiliation. Christ isn't glorified by your using him as a weapon to cudgel your enemies. And to anyone who would say it's never wrong to say that Christ is king, please tell me what then is meant by the third commandment. Thou shalt not carry forth the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Surely if one were to rape and murder someone, like Hamas did on October 7th.
Let me rewind that, because apparently, to the candy asses, y'all might want to listen in. This is probably the most biblical scriptures you're going to get for today. Yeah.
Will make them die in the holy war. They have no future in America. They will go down with their satanic master. Christ is king. Yeah, Christ is king. But the term Christ is king is not a gang affiliation. Christ isn't glorified by your using him as a weapon to cudgel your enemies.
Amen.
And to anyone who would say it's never wrong to say that Christ is king, please tell me what then is meant by the third commandment. Thou shalt not carry forth the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Surely if one were to rape and murder someone, like Hamas did on October 7th, but all the while shouted to the dying person that Christ is king, we would all agree that 3 horrible crimes were committed. Rape, yes. Murder, yes. But also the crime of implementing God in the first 2 crimes. That's carrying forth the name of the Lord in vain. That's what anti-Semites are doing when they say Christ is king. Christ is king, sure enough. And he recommends himself in our struggles, not us in our petty, nudge, nudge, wink, wink anti-Semitism. All of this has badly tarnished the brand and reputation of the Daily Wire and of me personally as the front-facing CEO. One need only revisit the thousands of virulently and overtly hateful commenters celebrating what they see as Candace's turn against the Jews, the remarks from Nick Fuentes, the myriad stories written in journals from Mediaite to the Washington Examiner to the Jewish Journal to the Times of Israel, the New York Post, the Daily Mail, and on, or from the many, many people disappointed with the Daily Wire and with me and even with Ben for not acting sooner, to see how badly marred our reputation has become. And so we're ending our relationship with Candace effective immediately. We're not canceling Candace, as in cancel culture. Candace has every right as an American to damage her own brand. If I were the CEO of a platform like X, I wouldn't kick Candace off of it. But I'm not the CEO of a platform like X. I'm the CEO of the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire is not a platform. The Daily Wire is a publisher. Daily Wire is not a place where people publish their own thoughts. It's a place where we curate the thoughts that we largely align with and voices we believe are doing good in the world. Not just thoughts and voices who happen to agree with Jeremy or happen to agree with Ben all the time. Obviously, I disagree with all of our hosts some of the time. But Candace has now become a voice I simply cannot align with. I believe that she's doing great harm in the world and to the brand that I've worked really hard to build over this last decade, and I'm just no longer willing to subsidize it. And I want to be clear about one more thing. We're not giving in to any pressure from any outside group. Rabbi Shmuley, who Candace has called unholy and accused of blackmailing her, is, as far as I can tell, an abject attention whore. I don't much care what he thinks. I don't much care what kinds of threats that he makes. He's continued to demand that Ben and Dennis Prager fire Candace, but of course, as both Ben and Candace and I have said publicly again and again, Ben doesn't have the authority to fire Candace because he's not a majority owner of the business and he's not an executive in the company. But he's famous and he's Jewish, so Rabbi Shmuley is happy to grandstand by demanding that he do so anyway. As for Dennis Prager, Candace hasn't worked for PragerU in 3 years, and as far as I know, Dennis isn't an executive at PragerU any more than Ben is an executive at the Daily Wire. But again, famous, Jewish, and so Rabbi Shmuley is happy to grandstand. Charlie Kirk, by contrast, who runs TPUSA, where Candace does currently give speeches and make a nice living. Shmuley hasn't said anything about him. Charlie's famous, but he isn't Jewish. That's the kind of guy Rabbi Shmuley is, and the reason that we would never give in to any kind of pressure from a man like him. This decision has nothing to do with Shmuley.
So he just said some criticism against the Jewish rabbi. And the candy asses just ignore that. He just said he won't give in to pressure from a Jewish rabbi that was calling for people to be fired. And he said we won't give in to that. Because don't nobody run that but him. And the candy asses never say this. They never bring this up where he actually put a Jewish rabbi in place and didn't agree with him either. You know, because when people not paying your bills, boy, you feel free to say what you definitely need to say on both sides. You don't care. So where is all this at with the candy asses? He just said, I'm not giving in to pressure from a Jewish rabbi. He said it. I'm not saying he don't like the guy. He just said, I'm not giving in to his pressure to fire somebody. Because, you know, you don't always have to agree with everything everybody says. Isn't that the point of free speech? Isn't that the point of being able to say, okay, this is my company. I get to run it how I want. You don't have to agree with everything that everyone says. He's standing here saying, I don't agree with this Jewish rabbi trying to put pressure on us to terminate people. But it doesn't mean he's not supportive of Israel. It just means he's not agreeing with this one Jewish rabbi that's trying to get him to fire people. Or wants people to lose their jobs. Or want to put pressure in areas he can't control. Candy asses never mentioned this. Can't make this up. You know, because hypocrisy and all. And of course, Candace is going to be misleading and deceptive no matter how she do it. The same way with Charlie Kirk, not agreeing with everything that goes on in Israel. Doesn't mean he stopped being pro-Israel. He just didn't agree with everything. Same way this man was able to sit here and say, I'm not going to give in to some pressure from a Jewish rabbi to fire people. He don't run this, I do. Sometimes people can be wrong. Doesn't mean you change your whole stance on being pro-Israel because you got one Jewish rabbi that's saying, y'all should do this. And you say, no, we're not going to do that. What you talking about, bro? Don't put that pressure over here. We got this over here. Thank you. What's so hard about saying that? Why is it so bad? When you give criticism, why does it have to be so extreme? Charlie Kirk didn't agree with this, so he was leaving pro-Israel. No, he just didn't agree with it. Same way with this man here. He didn't agree with one Jewish rabbi. It doesn't mean he stopped being pro-Israel. He still is. Sometimes you have to just be firm and say what needs to be said and tell the truth. I'm not going to let you put no pressure over here this way. You don't run this over here. We got this. Thank you for telling us how you feel, but we're not doing that. We also have laws in place with wrongful terminations. You know, so if Candace was wrongfully terminated, don't you think she would have sued them and won? I'm just saying. Like they said, she can say whatever she wants on her platform. She could tarnish her own brand. But he just said, I'm not going to let one person sit here and tell me what to do. I don't care what they profess to be, what they are. You got to stand up for yourself. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with defending what's right. It wouldn't be right to just go firing people because someone said do it. Then you'll be sitting here at the whims of somebody telling you to do something because you're scared to say no. It's not how it works. That's why God and then I run this platform. Candy asses don't like it either way. But it doesn't stop me from saying what I need to say and what I want to say over here. You don't have to agree with everything that is said and done from anybody, regardless of their ethnicity or religion or race. But it doesn't mean that you automatically attacking the entire race or ethnicity or group of people either. You just don't agree with what one of them are telling you. You don't agree with this pressure that is coming from one person. You can say, no, we're not doing that. We operate in a specific way. And when it's not going to go around here doing stuff like that because you think it should be done that way. Much love to you. Thank you for telling us you're not happy. We got it. But that's not how we're going to handle this. It doesn't have to ignite World War III. That's the whole point of all of this. You can say what needs to be said without it causing a whole war. and a meltdown. People throwing tantrums and stuff over things they can't control. It's not how that works. You don't get to dictate. You get your opinion, people like it or not. But he just said this. He just proved that. And Candace, she's never going to bring this up. You think she went out and said, he actually stood up to a Jewish rabbi. Good for him. Nope. It makes no sense.
Brand. If I were the CEO of a platform like X, I wouldn't kick Candace off of it. But I'm not the CEO of a platform like X. I'm the CEO of the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire is not a platform. The Daily Wire is a publisher.
Mm-hmm.
Daily Wire is not a place where people publish their own thoughts. It's a place where we curate the thoughts that we largely align with and voices we believe are doing good in the world. Not just thoughts and voices who happen to agree with Jeremy or happen to agree with Ben all the time. Obviously, I disagree with all of our hosts some of the time. But Candace has now become a voice I simply cannot align with. I believe that she's doing great harm in the world and to the brand that I've worked really hard to build over this last decade, and I'm just no longer willing to subsidize it. And I want to be clear about one more thing. We're not giving in to any pressure from any outside group. Rabbi Shmuley, who Candace has called unholy and accused of blackmailing her, is, as far as I can tell, an abject attention whore. I don't much care what he thinks. I don't much care what kinds of threats that he makes. He's continued to demand that Ben and Dennis Prager fire Candace, but of course, as both Ben and Candace and I have said publicly again and again, Ben doesn't have the authority to fire Candace because he's not a majority owner of the business and he's not an executive in the company. But he's famous and he's Jewish, so Rabbi Shmuley is happy to grandstand by demanding that he do so anyway. As for Dennis Prager, Candace hasn't worked for PragerU in 3 years, and as far as I know, Dennis isn't an executive at PragerU any more than Ben is an executive at the Daily Wire. But again, famous, Jewish, and so Rabbi Shmuley is happy to grandstand. Charlie Kirk, by contrast, who runs TPUSA, where Candace does currently give speeches and make a nice living. Shmuley hasn't said anything about him. Charlie's famous, but he isn't Jewish. That's the kind of guy Rabbi Shmuley is, and the reason that we would never give in to any kind of pressure from a man like him. This decision has nothing to do with Shmuley or any other Jewish pressure coming to bear. This is about the very Christian CEOs of the Daily Wire finally seeing what we were both loath to see before, what I was loath to see before, that Candace is not on our team. She's not pursuing the future that we're pursuing. She's not appealing to the audience we're appealing to. She does not hold the values that we hold to. I gave her every benefit of the doubt. I gave her far more benefit of the doubt than I should have, and I'm done. Candace has violated the terms of her contract in myriad ways. She has a contractual obligation not to tarnish our brand, but she has. She has a contractual obligation not to do anything that a reasonable person might construe as anti-Semitic or to align her brand with anti-Semites, but she has. And by the way, it was her attorney who suggested that we put that clause in her contract in the first place after the Kanye mess. It wasn't ours.
So y'all see and hear what he's saying. When it comes down to it, it's a matter of a breach of contract. And of course, defamation per se, if they really wanted to go there. Shout out to Caleb, honey. How you doing? How's it going? I had to get you out of block, sweetie. I don't know who put you in block, but we already made it clear. The mod's going to tell me if they have to block someone. Remove a comment is one thing, but he was blocked, y'all. So I don't want the Luxers to get blocked like that. It probably was by accident. I have no idea how that happened, but I got you out there. Shout out to you. But she breached the contract here. And yes, they have the right to say, you're not going out and tarnishing our brand and making us look bad. You're not going to go out here and defame us and expect us to keep you gainfully employed. We don't have to do that. You're hurting us on the back end. This sense of entitlement, I don't know what it is. With some of these people nowadays walking around with this sense of entitlement, like they got a silver platter in their lap. But I've never heard of that. I've never heard of anybody thinking that they're supposed to keep a job while they go against their own company and tarnish their brand and slander and defame the company or people in the company that could eventually lead to them losing some level of revenue. Why would you want to do that? I want my company to make all the money they can, so when I ask for a raise, They can say, yeah, okay, we got the money. We'll do it. So they don't have an excuse to not give me a bonus or something. Why would you say or do anything to hinder that? It's stupid. And if you're the type of person like Candace Owens, she needs to work for herself. She doesn't need to work for anybody. They don't need to put her on their payroll for no PR, nothing. Because y'all noticed she said that last week. You know, if they put me on the payroll at TPUSA to fix their PR, no. Do not put that heifer on your payroll. Candace is dogged out TPUSA to where it's laughable to think that they would want to put her on a payroll anyway. She's not good for PR or anything for that nature. She needs to work for herself because she wants things to be done a certain way. And the moment you make her mad, piss her off, look how she acts like a petulant child, throwing a tantrum, like she's stuck in the candy aisle and can't get her favorite blow pop. George flavored. So this is where we are. She needs to work for herself. You sign some documents to go work for a company. It's the expectation that you're not out dogging your company every other day, especially on a platform where people are paying attention. And if they have that in the contract, which they have the absolute right to have this in a contract, and it's in a lot of, agreements where you agree to work for an organization or a company, you're not going to go out and do things that's going to bring this bad publicity, to bring defamation, to bring shame and humiliation, because that is part of defamation on this organization. Especially if it starts hurting the bottom line, and that affects the revenue. It affects their ability to make a profit. Now I want y'all to make all the money you can make. So when I come to you all and say it's time for my salary to be renegotiated and I want to make more money, then it's not an issue where we're not doing so well this year. No. Y'all brought in $8 billion in profits. You better come on and figure it out. Mathematically, you can make it happen. You're not sitting here hurting that. Who knows where she could have went with the Daily Wire, but why did she feel the need to just have to attack them and then to be snarky about it, be an asshole about it? And now she want to talk about TPUSA putting her on their payroll for PR. No. No one needs to attack Candace. It's not necessary. She does a lot of that herself. We just take her words and use it against them. Because that's how it's done, Candace. Your cult haven't figured that out yet. A lot of stuff she says, all we're doing is just playing her videos and using her words against her. Like she said, I hate everyone. So she's spreading hate. And she's physically spreading it out of her mouth. She's verbally expressing hate by saying, I hate everyone. Why do I need to theorize that? I can just play her video and clip it where she actually says it. And that's exactly what I did, Candace, you heifer. That's it. She tears up her own image. So she needs to work for herself. She don't need to work for nobody. Candace, why do you want TPUSA to put you on their payroll? Girl, no. Bye, Felicia. Bye, Felicia.
Right. For all of those reasons and for many more, we're enforcing our rights under the contract to terminate. Now, I know that this will cause a lot of confusion, harm, and pain for a lot of you in this room, especially for those of you who've worked really hard on Candace's content, or for those of you who, like me, have only ever seen her as one of the most talented and important voices in the country. And I'm sorry for that. I hope that we live to see Candace come back from this dark path that she's taken. Again, I see her as one of the most talented people in the country, and when she uses those talents in service of the good and the true and the beautiful, I don't believe that there is anyone better, maybe in all of the world, than she. That's not what she's doing today. I hope that she does it again. She won't be doing it at the Daily Wire.
And boom, shakalaka. Y'all, that's the whole video. He made it clear she breached the contract. So, yeah. And at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, Candace. You don't know how to act. I'm just, somehow they're chanting Christ is King while she's a Catholic that's sitting here in a church and standing next to a priest where there's no Christ represented. This is Candace Owens standing next to her priest. Where is Christ? You can't make this up. So there's a video that I was told, I guess I'm gonna change the thumbnail and do Nick another time. This is a young lady, Kaylee Fontanilla. she went over some tax documents with Blexit, Candace. Girl, you got some explaining to do. Or Lucy, you got some explaining to do. Lucy. Candace, what the hell were you doing with the money over there in Blexit, girl? You can't make this up. So the moment she thinks she's investigating something, because she's not an investigator, Candace, somebody comes out and they put out some of these tax forms. Ooh, child, I don't know who this lady is. And shout out to you who sent me the video. You know who you are. I don't like put it out there unless you want me to. I'll say your name if you want me to. Or you can put in the chat who sent me the email of this video. Candace, this lady came out and put Blexit tax documents out on social media. Candace was the owner, the CEO or something of Blexit, right? Yeah. Candace, she's in front of you. What the hell happened with the money at Blexit again? Since you want to sit here and be concerned about some finances. You know, I just love when hypocrites really get that karma they got coming their way. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. We'll do Nick another time. I want to do this video and then, you know, we'll check out S-Files got a music video. Candace has got some explaining to do about some Blexit money. Because we all wonder, why did TPUSA acquire Blexit again? Especially if they were in the hole. Not even profitable. I feel like Charlie did that as a favor to her. I would have been like, why are you broke? How are you spending this money? Y'all, let's check this out here. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. But she goes over some information on these tax documents about Blexit money. Candace, you pissing off people left and right, and they calling your hypocrisy out. And they're not even mad. They just, you want to sit here and say what's good for a goose? Let's say what's good for a gander. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So y'all go check out Kaylee Fontanilla. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing her name or not, but she has a whole channel with a fantastic, following. Nobody beats the Luxers. You guys are the greatest. Make sure you're hitting that like button too. You're gonna see a lot of weird comments flow through, because I took everybody out except 2 people out of YouTube jail. So you're gonna see a lot of people flowing through with these weird ass comments. It is what it is. But make sure you guys go check her out. And I think she either volunteered or worked for Blexit. But either way, we're about to find out. All right, let's get to it. Put a 1 in the chat where you can see it here.
It's been a long time since I've done a longer form video on YouTube. In fact, it's been about 5 months. I've gone through a lot. And even then, I wasn't doing them regularly 5 months ago. I'm also demonetized on YouTube. I've been demonetized for over a year. So there's not a lot of incentive to create on here, except to connect with YouTube people who tend to be critical thinkers. I really like this platform for that. But I'm also a busy woman. This is my husband, Joshua. We run an online school. We also both work as writers. And being on social media and posting on social media is not our job. It's not how we pay our bills. So
Yeah.
I am not excited to make this video today. I'm not excited even a little bit. And in fact, I'm quite nervous to make it, but I have not been able to be at peace about this.
Yeah, shout out to Conscious. Somebody put a Conscious YouTube channel link in the chat. How you doing, lady? What's going on? Carl! Happy birthday. I love it. Shout out to Conscious. She's another content creator. I appreciate you for tuning in. Hit the like button for me. Y'all go check out Conscious. If I get one of the monsters, drop her YouTube channel link. That would be fantastic. Carl, happy birthday. Oh man, that cartoon is epic. Good to see you.
And whenever God wants me to speak up about something, he does not give me peace.
Yeah.
So
Thank you, honey.
Being pushed.
I think everyone is talking about Candace Owens right now. I think she's probably the most talked about person on social media at this current time. And there is a lot of people speaking against her. There's a lot of people that are super, they love what she's doing right now. And they're on her side, they're Team Candace. And I just want to share what I know and where I'm at on all of this. And before I start all of that, I want to make it 100% clear that I'm not being paid by Israel. Some of you guys need to go check my husband's X account. They would never choose me.
Thank you, S-Files.
Not the biggest
I am not being
fan.
paid by anyone. In fact, I have
Y'all go check out Conscious YouTube channel. Link is in the chat, and I just highlighted it. Thank you so much, S-Files, for posting that up. I appreciate you. Go over there and check out her great content. Give her a like for me. Thank you.
spoke against right-leaning paid commentators. It's very common on our side for them to be paid behind the scenes without disclosing. And I am a commandment keeper Christian, a commandment keeping Christian. And I believe that it's a lie to not disclose to your audience when you are doing paid talking points. And sadly, most people on the right are doing this. I did not know this when I first started speaking up. And if you don't know who I am, I'm a former public school teacher of 15 years. My name is Kali Fontanilla, and I was teaching in California when I saw a lot of left-leaning craziness being forced on our nation's children. And I decided to start speaking up very anonymously online about it. And this was in 2020, and trying to protect my job at the same time and exposing critical race theory, exposing the, gender, the multiple gender agenda, the trans agenda, all of that. It's been exhausting. It has not been easy to do what we do or what I do and what my husband has helped me to do. And he also does speak up, my husband, but he gets banned and frustrated. Hang on. I've been banned a lot. I was banned 20 times on TikTok. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating what we do. It's not fun. And I have not experienced any of the fun part, the exciting side of it. It's been hard for me. I am wildly introverted. I don't really like putting myself out there. And I'd rather just live in my husband's pocket and observe the world from the outside looking in, but God put it on my heart to speak up, and that's what I decided to do. So again,
we don't get a lot of the money part either.
No, we don't.
You just barely got monetized on, after years on Facebook for a little bit.
That's the one.
Like 2
Yeah.
months. Yeah.
But it won't last.
It won't last.
Yeah. I've been violating.
Have you ever been monetized on YouTube?
YouTube, I was monetized for about maybe 6 months, and
Yeah.
the biggest check I got from YouTube was $600 for that month.
For
This is with 11 million views. So
yeah.
I'm not in this for the money.
Yeah,
I'm
like
not being paid behind
following.
the scenes.
Yeah.
You can still believe that if you want.
Yeah.
But it's now to the point where anyone who dares to speak against what Candace Owens is doing right now on her platform, you will be accused of that.
Yeah.
So I just want to make it 100% clear that that's not something that I would do. Like I said, I'm a commandment keeping.
Girl, you can't be studying these candy asses. They know they come over here and enter at their own risk, at their own peril. Anybody stun them? They tell me that all the time, and I'm just sitting here like, okay, well, when you gonna send me that $7,000 check, then? Whatever. I don't care about
Bible-believing Christian with a genuine faith in God. I would not be here if it wasn't for Jesus, and I would not lie about that, but you can believe what you want.
Yeah, believe what you want.
So the title of this video is Candace Owens, a Liar. And before we get started, before I go deeper into that, I just want to share with you guys my history with her. First of all, I had a lot of respect for her when I first saw her come onto the scene, because I left the left during Obama and before Candace Owens, but I wasn't speaking up about it. I was a public school teacher, and I was enjoying my job as a public school teacher. It was what I was born to do. And I had beliefs that were being, I woke up, I left the left during Obama, and that's a long story. I'm not gonna share it right now, but I didn't vote for him second term. And then Trump came onto the scene, and my husband was a big Trump fan at the time. And I was like, I don't know about him. I just really hate Hillary, so I'm gonna vote for Trump. And then Trump's first term was super exciting as president. Oh, yeah. I wish we could rewind to Trump 2016 again. There's so many things I would do in my life that I wish I had started sooner during that time, because it was a beautiful time. The economy was great. People
got to go to the
Trump.
White House.
Yeah, people love Trump. He was doing a great job as president. And there was also a time where you could still speak up and you weren't being censored. And then in 2020, everything changed. We really got censored. So Candace Owens' voice began to rise during that time. And I didn't really hear about her until she started the movement Blexit. I didn't really know who she was until, because I wasn't a big social media person. I didn't really consume a lot of social media. But when I found out about Blexit, I thought that was super amazing what she was doing with Kanye West, and was basically, and then the branding was amazing. And I remember the shirts they came out,
The
and
aesthetics were awesome.
I bought a Blexit shirt. I was like, this is great. Black and Latino exit from the Democrat Party.
Mhm.
And I was like, that's me. I'm part of that. And I'm so glad she's starting this movement. And I got so into it. My husband and I got so into it that we volunteered for it. And my husband became the chapter leader of Blexit, or founder of, not founder, but
basically, well, I was the first state director of the California chapter.
California, and it became the fastest growing chapter, and we were super excited to do it. And of course, we were doing it all without compensation. Eventually, to the point where I'm going to share slides now. How do I add this? Oh, you have to share it.
Oh no, we just need to change the screen here.
Okay, there we go. To the point where I wrote a guide against critical race theory for Blexit. We did cool events with the California chapter. It was such an exciting time. And we also went to DC for a leadership retreat. And at that time, I got to meet Candace Owens and Brandon Tatum. And
There's pictures of that.
That year was really a fun year. It was 2020. It was 2020 and 2021. And everyone else, all the left, was sitting inside with their masks on and getting weird shots while we were weird vaccines while we were enjoying ourselves and fighting for the freedom of this country.
I think one of the first national articles about you on the Epoch Times, they used the picture of you in between Candace and Brandon.
Yes. And I was since I was newly learning about the right and people, these new commentators that are coming out, because during Trump, a lot of voices, especially before 2020 and all the censorship, all these incredible voices came out. You know, all the people that are super big right now, the ones that are doing this full time for a living and make a lot of money, they all came out during Trump.
Well, there was that little window where they still allowed the right to grow quickly, to go viral. And she got in before, the censorship. And then once you got in and then they cracked down, it was like no one else could, really get as big as the first people. She was one of them.
Exactly. Yeah. And writing the guide against critical race theory, I actually didn't get paid to write that. I did not do that voluntarily. It was 20 pages and it's free to download. I don't know if they still have it on the website because now TPUSA runs Blexit. I'm not sure. I haven't checked recently, but that was a labor of love for our nation's children, for our nation's parents, to warn against what's going on. And I was really grateful to have to have Blexit give me that platform to share all about why critical race theory is terrible and doesn't belong in our schools.
And then on the California Blexit chapter, I was the state director, but Kali was I forget the exact term they used, but it was like
some advisor type.
It was like an advisor, and it was generally a term that was given to somebody who was well known. And so her platform had grown by this point. So Kali was,
and it wasn't super big. My platform was
volunteer.
And this is after all the censorship too. It's been pretty hard to stay alive on social media. Anyways, so there's a picture of one of the Blexit events for the California chapter where they were delivering meals to the police, and this is in San Diego. Here's another event we had with some of the Blexit members. There I am in the middle. And it was such a blast. It was really fun. And that year was probably one of the funnest years of my life. And exciting.
Yeah. I mean, just to kind of emphasize that a little bit, when I became the state director for the Blexit California chapter, it was before they really cracked down on Facebook, and we were using Facebook groups. I don't know if people remember that time when Facebook groups, before they killed like all the big pro-Trump groups and all the conservative groups, our Blexit California chapter Facebook group was popping. Like, we were meeting so many new people. It was so alive, and our chapter was growing insanely quick because largely of those groups. And then, they just overnight, they just killed it all. You couldn't, and they took all the, oh man, I remember this picture. The one on the right there was our first event, right? That was the first one of the California chapter. And it was so fun meeting these, other conservatives. We drove down south, like 6 hours to go to this little group, and people drove from all over the state, and it was great. It was fantastic.
So we were part of Blexit, and Joshua, my husband, actually became a state, not just a state director, but
regional director for the Western states. Yeah.
And you were also required to sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. Everyone that works for Candace as an employee is required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. So they are not allowed to talk about their time.
Did you hear that? So you got Candace, you're making people sign NDAs if they work for you. She claims she has a small team now. George, did you have to sign an NDA to stand behind the camera with Candace? George probably has an NDA with Candace. That's their prenup. NDA. Is that why we can't figure out why you sitting here getting photographed, Candace, while you pregnant, grabbing another woman's butt? You know, yeah, I can imagine her making George sign an NDA. You can't make this out. Candace making people sign NDAs to work with her. Candace, you're a walking contradiction and hypocrisy to life. And you're making people sign an NDA, so nobody's supposed to talk about all the dumb things you say and do, girl. You can't make this stuff up. But yet and still, she wants to know about some finances going on with an endowment that's created and designed to invest and generate an ROI or profits so that the profits can be used to cover expenses. You know, because she didn't want to look up what an endowment is. Her that Wolves in Finance, both of them failed miserably to Google endowment. But she makes people sign an NDA. This is absolute madness. Not as nosy as hell as she is with TPUSA. So she's going out to TPUSA to have a face-to-face that I pray Erica Kirk records because Arizona is a one-party consent state. So hopefully Erica Kirk is recording that because Erica Kirk, you should record it. Nobody should trust Candace. No one owes her anything. And she makes people sign an NDA to work with her. You cannot make this up.
I'm working with her. I didn't sign that because I wasn't a formal employee of hers. So we were deep into Blexit. Joshua, there was a funky exit, and we can't go into that because of Joshua's NDA. And it's not really the intention of this video anyways. The intention of this video is to show you guys what Candace has done and demanded of TPUSA and even Kimberly Klasick. I don't know if you guys remember her, but remember or at least remember when Candace exposed her and shared.
How do you all see why I go over these court documents? Y'all understand now even more why I went over these lawsuits with Candace Owens. We went over the lawsuit regarding what she filed against, or what Kimberly Klasick filed against her. Candace was the defendant in that, and she asked for yet again a motion to dismiss. It was a joint stipulation, Candace. You didn't win a damn thing, girl. You can't make this up. She agreed to have that case come to a close. She could have said, nope, I don't want a joint stipulation. I want to finish this trial. She agreed to a joint stipulation. We went over the court documents. For those that keep praising and worshiping Candace and the ground she walks on, why don't you ask her, why does she keep filing motions to dismiss every time she gets sued? And then when she sues someone, she loses. She lost the one against the apartment complex. You know, that one where she claimed she was having recurrent yeast infections from black mold. The one against USA Today. Yeah, no, that was dismissed because she failed to state a claim. You can't make this stuff up. She's making people sign NDAs to work with her. But she wants to know every little thing going on with TPUSA. Erica Kirk, you better record that conversation, girl. And you do not need Candace Owens' permission. And if she doesn't like it, you tell her, I said kick rocks. You can't make this up.
Her finances, her campaign finances, and a misuse. What she's also done to expose Black Lives Matter, which of course Black Lives Matter is trash.
Yeah.
So
it's not
good
required.
job, Candace.
No, ma'am.
Good job, Candace.
Yeah.
But
nope, it is not required. It's an option that you have as a part of the process, but it's not required because she could have just filed a response. It is a choice for her to file a motion to dismiss as her response. It is not required. You might want to research that. She could have simply filed a response to the reply. Hell, she could even file the counterclaim. She didn't even do that. She doesn't like going to court. The purposes of going over her lawsuits is to show her pattern of behavior and how she handles the lawsuits, whether she's the plaintiff or the defendant. And they're all consistent. She's trying to have this case dismissed even though she doesn't want the case to be dismissed with the Macron lawsuit. She could have just done a response and a reply. It's not even required. Get this, it's a civil proceeding. It's not even required that you respond. So where did you get that from? Who told you that? You're not required to file a response. You're not required to file a motion to dismiss. That is a flat out lie from the pit of hell. Nope. I don't know what court rule you looking at. It is not required. Did we have this conversation before, you and I? You were under another profile name. You claim to be an attorney. It is an option, but it's not a requirement. You need to be careful of the terminology you're using. Can't make this up. They don't even have to respond. It's an option to file it. We already went over that. It's an option. It's not a requirement. No one is required to file a motion to dismiss in a civil proceeding. She didn't even have to respond. As a matter of fact, she didn't even have to participate. That's why you have what's called a default judgment. And so if she never responds, then the default judgment would go to the plaintiff. It's not a requirement for them to file a motion to dismiss. It is an option that they have. If they want to exercise their right to file it, it's not a requirement. There's a difference. That's why I say you need to be careful of the terminology you're using. It's not a requirement. The defendant does not even have to respond. They could just let it happen. Like what Candace did when she failed to show up for court when she filed the lawsuit against the apartment complex that she didn't pay rent for 7 months. And then hired the wrong type of attorney. And then realized when she was losing, she just didn't even go to court. So the apartment complex won by default because she failed to show. It's so crazy. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure outlines the process for a civil proceeding. If you choose to file a motion to dismiss, it gives you an outline on the motion itself, all the components that should be included, certificate of service, as well as the brief to support the motion. But it's not required for a defendant to file that motion to dismiss in a civil proceeding. Who child? All right, moving on.
Is that what she does too? And this knowledge this stuff that I'm going to show you right now, because I work 2 regular jobs. My husband and I, we run an online school, but I also work as a researcher. And I write articles about nonprofits, and I know how to research nonprofits. A lot of people don't do that. When they go to donate to a nonprofit, they just think, oh, it's doing good work. Here's money. And of course, Candace is very upset at Turning Point USA right now, and is upset that they're profiting off of Charlie Kirk's death. She's mentioned that many times. They've made over $100 million since this year, and she has demanded transparency from them. She has demanded them to.
But she wants an NDA.
Share everything that all the questions that she wants to be answered. She wants them to answer. But again, she requires all of her employees to sign non-disclosure agreements, and I'm sure TPUSA has that as well. There's an active investigation happening right now into Charlie Kirk's assassination. There's a lot of reasons why these people can't talk, and also they're not obligated to talk to her. They don't have to, right? But she demands that, and she's saying, the reason why.
I hear that because I'm not the only one saying this. They're not obligated to talk to you, Candace, which is why Erica Kirk needs to record that conversation tomorrow between you and her.
That's why these people can't talk, and also they're not obligated to talk to her.
And obligated.
They don't have to, right? But she demands that, and she's saying, the reason why they aren't answering her is because there's something going on. There's something nefarious. Charlie was betrayed. She claims that Charlie showed up to her in a dream and said that he was betrayed. So there's a lot going on there. And if you have been following this, she's done over, I don't know, it's been like 30 videos or something. There's been a lot of videos every week about this, and her platform has grown since then. All of her videos are monetized. Obviously, she's making money off of this, but she has not shared how much. But she wants to know how much TPUSA is sharing. Yeah. Well, I'm going to show you guys that Blexit, Candace Owens' organization that she was president of, also may have some
Yeah, I know it's
funding
files. We did. We
issues.
looked it up.
And this is very easy to look up. You can go to propublica.org and you can look up any nonprofit in this country. And I highly recommend people doing this because you learn a lot from these, from what they have to disclose to the public. And
Yep.
Blexit, I don't know if you guys know this, but Candace Owens' organization, her nonprofit,
Oh,
was taken over by
taxes, y'all.
TPUSA, or she handed Blexit over to TPUSA in 2023.
I think
Before
it was
that,
sold.
sold. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know
I
the
think
details
so.
on that. I don't want to. No matter
Yeah.
what, TPUSA took it over because it was in trouble. Blexit was $1 million, $1.7 million in the hole,
Mhm.
and
Yeah, that's not normal for a company to want to take over a company that's in the hole. So you have to understand, more than likely, Charlie Kirk did that as a favor to Candace Owens. You know, just being a friend. While Candace Owens was sitting around in love with him. Being a friend. And he took on a nonprofit. Blexit was a nonprofit organization that was over 1.7 million in the hole. It's a nonprofit. You can dissolve it. And more than likely, once they took over, that's probably what they did. I don't know. I don't know if Blexit is still a thing or not. But it's something that just could have been dissolved. It's a 501c3. And they took over it. And she got something out of it. But it seems like he did that as a favor to her. And now look how she repays him by trying to literally tell people to stop donating to TPUSA and for donors, for people to get their refunds. She was calling for people to get refunds from TPUSA after they took over Blexit that was 1.7 million in the hole when she could have dissolved the 501c3. Somebody explain it to me. I mean, how much more evil does this get? For them to take over Blexit and you're $1.7 million in the hole with this 501c3. And then now, because you can't get your way and you can't invoke yourself into a murder investigation, you don't trust the feds, you don't trust anything they put out, no one cares. Now you're saying people should get their refunds. She said she was going to drop names. Did that ever happen? She never told us why people should be trying to get refunds from a nonprofit organization. You understand, when you're giving contributions and donations, you don't get that refunded. Unless you have a contract or some sort of agreement that comes with the money you're donating. And this company agrees to spend the money based on what you signed and agreed to in an agreement or some sort of contract. Donations and gifts, they're not refundable. She was telling people, y'all go get y'all money back out of Turning Point USA. They lying to me. And can't say what the lie is. You know, because buffoonery. But she's sitting here telling people to get their money back from TPUSA while she's making people sign NDAs over there at Blexit and let TPUSA acquire it when it was 1.7 million in the hole. Candace, you are soulless at this, girl. Bad at this, soulless at this. You're a walking void, girl.
And Blexit,
Can't make this up.
You can go to ProPublica and you can look this stuff up. This is 2023, the last year that it was underneath Candace Owens as president, and it had $275K in revenue.
Sarah.
The expenses were 1.3 million. So she was operating it at a loss.
Make this
is
up.
in 2021. This is 2 years before. It
Wow.
was 3.3 million in expenses, and she also was operating it that year at a loss.
Goodness.
2022, again, another $1 million at a loss. 3 years in a row. $1 million and even higher than that in 2022. I'll show you guys that.
Y'all look at the revenue versus the expenses. What the heck is happening here? 2.9 million in revenue, 4.6 million in expenses. What kind of, why is she spending this type of money? Do y'all see this? Candace, just because you don't know the difference between the letter N and the number 9 does not mean you should be spending this money like this. You're talking about a negative 1.7 million net income. What is going on? You just thank God for the net asset sitting over here at 1.24. This girl had 4.6 mil in expenses and only 2.9 in revenue. Candace, you're bad at this. So you failed as a CEO. And now all of a sudden you don't think Erica Kirk can do it. Girl, if you don't kick rocks, why is she making people sign NDAs? You can't
From the tax form at a loss. Where's this money going?
Candace,
why are you running a nonprofit and running it into the ground, claiming to do work for African Americans, but where is this money truly going?
Crisis
3 years in a
team.
row, you're
Can't make
operating it,
this up.
and you're going in the millions, losing money in this nonprofit. And she was raising money as well. And again, I don't have a team behind me. This is just me and my own research and what I know on how to research nonprofits. So here's 2022. They operated at a loss of 1.7 million that year. They were just spending money left and right in 2022. And what were they spending it on? Well, first there was Candace Owens' salary, which was $250,000 that year in 2022.
Oh, man. Candace, what the hell you do to earn $250,000 in a 501c3? What are you doing? Candace, you should have been a blogger from day one. This is not it. This ain't it. You're bad at math. You're not an investigator. You don't even research. You barely read. You can't make this up. Pay me $250,000 and y'all better sign these NDAs and tell nobody. Don't tell nobody but God. You can't make this up. Ain't no Christ in this at all, Candace. It's not like you just steal a girl.
And you can also look where she stated that her average hours per week that she worked for Blexit was 30 hours. Great. Awesome. That is so amazing, Candace, that you were giving 30 hours a week to Blexit. But there's a problem here. This is also the same year that she started, or that she was doing her Daily Wire show.
You can't make this up.
This brings questions for me as someone who worked for Blexit and was in Blexit and with my husband. I don't see where she was giving that 30 hours a week to Blexit.
Me either.
That $250,000 payment. Why? Where that was, where her time was doing, where she was doing that time, because she wasn't showing up at any of the events that we were having, except if it was a speaking Blexit rally, which would happen maybe 3 or 4 times a year, if that.
Yeah. And all those events are public. You can see where she was at.
Her Daily Wire show, when she first came out with it, it was a very extensively produced show where it was, she had interviews and she had, guests, and she had, I don't know if you guys watched her Daily Wire show when it first came out, but it was like
hold on. Is it Diane? Diane, I want you to look up the definition of the word hate. And then you explain to me why Candace literally said, I hate everyone. And I know you've seen my show. I posted up what she said yesterday. It's in the episode where she's wearing that ugly ass shirt. I've never said I hate her. She said, I hate everyone. That came out of her mouth. Why is she spreading hate? Because we could just sit here and ask these weird questions and copy and paste in comment sections all day too. We can do the same thing. You can't make this up.
This really extensive show. It wasn't just her talking in a microphone and doing a podcast. She was also having kids at the same time. Right. And then on her tax form saying that she's giving Blexit 30 hours a week of average work.
For $250,000 a year.
For $250,000 a year. Now, some of you may go to me, oh yeah, okay, I believe that. I believe she was doing 30 hours a week for Blexit. Well, I'd like to hear that from her. I want to know, because she's accusing TPUSA of taking in money and enriching themselves with donor funds, the employees of that. and actually not doing the work of TPUSA's mission. And she's accused Kimberly Klasick of doing that with, having fun with donor funds and doing, whatever she wants with her campaign funds, right? So Candace, were you actually giving 30 hours of your—
That's what she was doing, except with Kimberly Klasick. She was taking baseline information and then lying about it. So Kimberly Klasick filed the lawsuit for defamation because she got sick of it. And what Candace was doing in that lawsuit is what she did with the Macrons and what she's doing now with TPUSA. She says baseline things, and then she demands that the person she's talking about to respond to her like they owe her that. And then she keeps it general. That way, when they respond, they're giving all this specific information out. Nope. That's why I'm curious to know who set up this one-on-one between her and Erica Kirk. Because, see, Erica Kirk didn't have to say her name at all. Candace was starting to get a lot of backlash from people, from real people, not bots and, cult members, but real people who were like, no, you said you would stop. If she said stop, she said stop 2-3 times, and you said no. Well, And you trying to add words in her mouth, said stop lying. No, stop. Shut up. Be quiet. All those things you said, if she said for you to do, Candace, you said you would do it because you're a liar. And you try to bend and manipulate and gaslight and all this other stuff. But here you got this girl was going in on, just putting all kinds of stuff out there. But then when Kimberly would respond, Kimberly was having to debunk things and show specific information. See, you got a 501c3 or something like that. You can look up this stuff. ProPublica is pretty good with posting up tax forms and stuff like that. That's why we're looking at Blexits right now. Because Candace is no exception to this. But it got to a point where she started lying about things, and then it became just highly defamatory. And Kimberly Klasick is like, look, this is enough of this. You would have talked about tearing somebody down, somebody hated her. She was doing this to Kimberly Klasick, and that girl was considering running for an elected position. No rhyme or reason. Just, it's like Candace doesn't want any other Black woman in the conservative movement to have a voice. And she feels like this person could, even though it should be room for any Black woman conservative that wants to have a voice in the conservative movement, it feels like she thinks that it's competition for her. That's why it's you don't really see or hear of a lot of other prominent Black women conservatives that have a following that people can listen to, and this Black conservatives giving out information, any of that. Candace thinks she's the leading voice for all Black women in the conservative movement. And I'm apolitical, because at the end of the day, when I stand before God on Judgment Day, any of us, he will not be asking me who I voted for. God does not care. It's not anywhere in the Bible where that's going to be a question. God will not be asking that on Judgment Day. He does not care about our politics here on earth. So this is what Candace thinks. She's the only Black woman that gets to have the leading voice in the conservative movement. And it's so far from false. There are a lot of Black conservatives that are out here doing content, political commentators, legal analysts, financial analysts, that are giving information, facts, supporting their research with documentation. Candace ain't the only one, but she acts like she is. So it's like she saw Kimberly Klasick as competition for her. No. Because people will wonder, why is she going after this woman so hard? You have someone that's smart. Kimberly Klasick is a pretty girl. And then, she has the ability to have a following and to make some changes happen. People were voting for her. People were following her. She was picking up, platform and everything. She still has a platform, I think. I don't know what's I don't remember the name of the platform, but I sure wish she would come on YouTube. But she has a platform similar like Rumble or something like that. And then she's also on Facebook. Yeah, I don't have Facebook. And she still has a supportive system. And no one appreciated what Candace was trying to do. If you're trying to expose something and you feel like this is hurting people in mass, that's one thing. You just going after somebody because they considering running for a political position. And then you're saying, well, you didn't even get that many voters. Like, that's what it was coming out to her doing, just being petty as hell. It's like, why are you doing this? No rhyme or reason to it. Same thing with her trying to go for Erica Kirk. Like, no rhyme or reason to it. Leave her alone. You don't like her, fine. Leave her alone. But then she goes to court and then wants to make it seem like, oh, I'm just, she's trying to attack my free speech. No, you're just being a demon. You're an asshole, Candace. And you don't want people to call you out on that. Now look, we should be looking forward to some live stream tomorrow. And no, it's going to be a private discussion of some sort. God only knows what that's going to be like. Hopefully, prayerfully, Erica Kirk records it. Because you can't trust Candace Owens. You just can't. So she went out to Kimberly Klacik for reasons, because she saw her as competition. That's it. Not because Kimberly Klacik was doing something so wrong.
Your time every week to Blexit in 2022. I just have that question. Am I allowed to ask that question? I hope I am. Because I don't believe you were doing that. I believe that you weren't giving 30 hours a week to Blexit just because I worked with Blexit and I know what these events were like and I know what was being accomplished. At least, especially you can't share a lot about it, but you were a regional director.
You don't even need to, it's just the public stuff. You can see from public events which one she was at.
Yeah, if anyone of you know what platform Kimberly Klacik is on, just let me know. Put it in the chat. Don't mind the copy and paste comments because, just skip over it because they're going to repeat themselves some more. Just put in the chat what platform she's using now. I know it's Facebook. It is something else, but it's behind a paywall. And I can't even afford it right now.
And which one she wasn't. You don't even need special info from me. Like,
so did she lie about doing her 30 hours a week? That's
just asking questions, right?
Just asking questions, right? Okay. I want to go back to this right here. So also it's interesting to note that Brandon Tatum, he would show up at events more than Candace, and he only put average hours of 5 hours per week and was only compensated $36,000. So something to think about.
That's why he defend her. Okay, Brandon Tatum. This is why you sit here. What kind of officer was he? Was he just a regular police officer? Was he like, what type of officer was he? Call himself Officer Tatum. Was he security guard here at Blexit? God. I'm not knocking security guards. I just don't understand why he's literally carrying that. If he's not an officer anymore, why he's still saying it. But this is why he defends her at all costs, because he used to work for her. What the heck?
Here's where a lot of the money was going to. You can see here that it was going to Optimize Consulting, which is $500,000 to the social media fundraising company. It went $349,000 of it went to security.
What?
So again, this is 2022, the year she's doing her Daily Wire show. $349,000 went to
Why do you need this much security? Are you kidding me? Is that the security company? Brandon Tatum owns a security company or something? He calls himself an officer. Is he connected with this security company? Why does she need this much in security? But she went to Dollywood. And no one can see her higher security with her at Dollywood. Yeah, do y'all see how much she spent for this optimized consulting, this social media fundraising? Why are you spending that much money for social media? It's over $500,000. What the heck is going on? Candace doesn't know numbers. I don't think she understands like math, simple math.
Also, it's interesting to note that Brandon Tatum,
why do you spend that much money on
Candace, that? And he only put average hours of 5 hours per week and was only compensated $36,000. So something to think about.
Wow.
So here's where a lot of the money was going to. You can see here that it was going to Optimize Consulting, which is $500,000 to the social media fundraising company.
$550,000.
$349,000 of it went to security.
That's a lot of money.
The year she's doing her Daily Wire show, $349,000 went to security. She also went to
What?
Olympic Media, 284,000. It's another social media fundraising group. As someone
What is with these social media fundraising groups? What the heck is that? Have y'all ever heard of that? Social media fundraising groups. Are we talking about like GoFundMe? Like platforms where they raise money? Who needs that? Do y'all see how much she spent between two companies? You're looking at one of them at $553,000 and the other is at $284,000. That's well over $750,000 between two companies for social media fundraising. What kind of category is this? Yeah, this is unbelievable. He worked for Blexit. Brandon Tatum. That's the same office as Tatum, right? I don't follow him. Sound like a clown anyway. You can't make this up.
average hours of 5 hours.
Yeah,
per
Brandon
week, and
Tatum
was only compensated $36,000.
Vice president and director. He was a VP and director. Brandon Tatum was vice president and director of Blexit. Then you had Doug Deason. D-E-A-D-E-A-S-O-N. It's a little blur. Board member. Brandon Tatum was a VP and director of Blexit. I had no idea.
So here's where a lot of money was going to. You can see here that it was going to Optimize Consulting, which is $500,000 to the social media fundraising company. It went $349,000 of it went to security. So again, this is 2022, the year she's doing her Daily Wire show. $349,000 went to security. She also went to Olympic Media, $284,000. It's another social media fundraising group. As someone who follows Blexit and who has been part of Blexit for a long time, I'm not sure how it almost takes $1 million to do social media fundraising, but especially if you look at their social media and how they were, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, go look at Blexit social media in 2022 and ask me where that money was going.
And I mean,
there's also Rio
look
Slum,
at,
which is a web services organization. That is not a real address for them. That 117 Church Street, apartment A. You can look that up. There's no Rio Slum at that spot. If you look up Rio Slum, it is a.
So she used a fake address.
And this is exactly what she did to Kimberly Klasick, because Kimberly Klasick was giving money to these Optimized Consulting. They opened in 2018. It's a very new company. She was doing the same thing with Kimberly Klasick. She was like, "Hey, what's this weird new company that you're giving all this money to for your campaign?"
Same thing.
This is exactly what she was doing with Kimberly Klasick. So again,
just asking questions.
What does this have to do with the mission of Blexit, which was to
the candy asses? How's this, Haiti? We're just reading documents. Oh my God, Candace, you are a huge hypocrite. Ooh, she gonna be so mad at these two people. Listen, she better leave them alone too. Candace, I'm looking at your tax documents, girl. Somebody asked about who asked about somebody else who's on here as an employee. You want to know the employee? You can't make this up. What year are they looking at? 2022. Candace, why was Brandon Tatum your VP? He's a clown. He's a whole clown. He says nothing beneficial about nothing. This girl spent over $750,000 for social media fundraising, whatever that means. You can't make this up. Why are they spending so much money on that? Why couldn't they just have a software program where they do that stuff themselves? Okay, somebody asked about. Okay, y'all see here. Candace Owens, $250,000. You can't make this up. Brandon Tatum, VP and director. Doug Deason, board member. Lawrence Elder, board member. Alice Hanley, board member. Rebecca Mercer, David Panton, Bob Wheatley. Did I say this? David Panton, Bob Wheatley, Victor Papp, whoever that is. I don't know most of these folks on here. George Farmer is the treasurer. Yo, Candace, why would you do this? Wouldn't that be a conflict? Did George sign an NDA? So he worked for Blexit. Did he sign an NDA? He was on the board. He was a treasurer. Oh, dear Lord, he was a treasurer. Y'all. He can't make this up. He worked 30 hours a week. The same number, it's so ironic. The same number of hours she worked is the same number of hours George Farmer worked. And they had kids at this point. Melissa Nunes, Chief Operating Officer, Ashley Alexander, Development Director. So I was asking about a specific person. Y'all, this man make too much money. Hold on. Doug Decent. What's his last name? Deason. Deason. Like Deacon except D with an S. You can't make this up. You asked me about somebody else, Trey. Who was the other person? Because maybe they're on a different tax return. Oh my God, y'all. Right-wing version of BLM. Okay. Coleman Hughes. Let's see. I don't know who that is. Let's go to another year. Candace. I guess we're just gonna have to do the same for Candace LLC. Candace Owens LLC and George Tommy Candace. If they're 501c3s, we're looking at them tax documents. You're a clown, girl. Let's see if he was there earlier year. Yeah, this is 2021. She had been in the negative. When did this start? Candace, you spending money like popcorn. Why are you spending money like that on stupid stuff? Social media fundraising. That makes no sense. Blexit Foundation is a non-501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to the advancement of urban and minority communities by encouraging youth to seek and take advantage of opportunities in the 21st century America. Because North America and the United States of America. She got to name the continent and then the country. Like she did with Africa, Angola. Because, no one knows that Angola is in Africa. Candace. 21st century America. 21st century period, Candace, is how you end that. Who typed this up? You can't make this up. Let's go to see who was employed there when it first started. Yeah, maybe they're on here. This is insane. 21st century America. Because it's not like Canada or Mexico. You can't make this up. All right, Candace Owens was saying she was doing 40 hours a week when it first started at $230,000. So Candace gave herself a raise because, she needed a raise, I guess. Candace gave herself a raise. Candace, you're the CEO. Why do you need a raise? Whatever. All right, yeah, moving on. Gina Florio was the live events director at 40 hours. They said they're doing this per week. That's a full-time schedule. You realize, Candace, that's a full-time work schedule, 40 hours a week. Brandon Tatum was only there 5 hours a week, and he VP and director. So if your president and director is doing 40 hours a week, why is the vice president and director only doing 5 hours a week? Make that make sense? Why is he only doing 5 hours a week? Wouldn't you expect your VP and director to do full-time if you are? Candace, you lack logic and common sense in all things. You can make this up. Neil Corkery, I don't know who he is, was the treasurer until 2020. Neil Corkery. And then George, came into the picture. Boys Club was doing 40 hours a week because Candace was doing 40 hours a week. Everybody doing 40 hours a week except the damn VP and director. And then you had Alice Hanley as the board member. What kind of the work schedule is weird. How is George the board member, the treasurer, doing 40 hours a week again in 2020? Didn't he have Parler? Wasn't he the CEO of Parler around this time? Or did he sell it in the 2020? Was it 2019? When did he sell Parler Inc? George, how the hell are you doing 40 hours a week? And you had your own thing going. Man, this is something else. We're looking for this Coleman Hughes. I'm assuming that's a guy. Let me see. Let's go to 2021. Now I'm just curious. Can I make this up? This girl got 40 hours a week. Oh my dear Lord. George working 40 hours a week, and he was the CEO of a whole nother company. And he the treasurer. Your husband is a treasurer. That's a conflict. I wouldn't even want to give the impression or the perception that I'm creating a conflict of interest like this. Hold on, I'm trying to find the staff. Where is this at? I wouldn't even want to give that impression that I'm creating a conflict of interest. I would think twice before I go hire my spouse to work with me. And you can't make this up, man. And she want to sit here and ask another company about some money. I'm only saying this for, this is part 2. She see by this point she making $250,000. Non-taxable benefits at $15,000. So her total income was $265,825 for tax year 2020. She filed this in 2021, right? Oh, this is 2021 taxes. I'm trying to see where's the salary sheet. How did we miss that? Why would she not have? There is no way that is missing with the salaries, with the staff. No way that's missing from here. There is no way that sheet is missing. And she want to sit here and talk about TPUSA missing a deadline. And I'm not seeing salaries for staff. Only that one sheet. Y'all, hold on. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, I'm about to say there is nowhere in the world. Okay. She was okay. Now she went down to $30,000 a year. Gave herself a raise to $250 a year plus $15,000 of compensation. Probably like travel some, but $15,825. Her live events director was making $113,000 a year. The VP and director working only 5 hours a week. She was working 30 hours a week. Why do you have a VP and director that's only working 5 hours a week, but your treasurer is doing the same amount of hours you're doing and y'all married? Then you got Doug Deason, board member, Lawrence Elder, Alice Hanley again, David Panton, and Bob Wheatley. So I'm not seeing this person here. You let me know if you know who Coleman Hughes is. Somebody tell me ways. Maybe I come across it. This is crazy. You can't make this up. Candace, you over here demanding to see the financials of TPUSA when we got a lot of questions about Blexit. And TPUSA took over Blexit. And you were 1.7 million in the hole with George.
To help African Americans leave the Democrat Party and to enlighten them on the truth and help them with their education and help them to, the mission of Blexit was not social media fundraising. And also, again, where was the social media fundraising going? I'm just asking questions because I don't see on the Blexit. I don't, as far as what I know of Blexit, I don't see that almost that $800,000 being used for social media fundraising,
logical,
especially with such a small,
not even logical
overall budget.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just asking questions. Did Candace, where
We all are.
you demand transparency from TPUSA? You demanded
You don't
transparency from
demand
Kimberly
nothing.
Klasick.
She's being nosy.
Where's the transparency from you? And also, this was a year where she ran, again, here's that same year, $389,000 on travel. I do know that Candace Owens was using private jets to go to the Brexit rallies. So how much of that money was going towards Candace's private jets? Again, was this a way for her to pay for her security through her nonprofit instead of, paying for it herself? That's a very high
This is
security bill,
crazy.
$349,000.
What's worse is, here's what social media fundraising is. It is like GoFundMe. See? GoFundMe. I have to look this up because I'm like, what the heck is a social media fundraising category, right? You're spending over $750,000 on social media fundraising. Is effective strategies for leveraging social media to maximize fundraising efforts and engagement. So you're paying $750,000 to 2 different companies total, so that they could go out and just maximize ways to fundraise and increase engagement. And she gets mad when people say that she has bots. Because these bots add to her subs, her likes, her views, engagement. Therefore, giving her more money. Candace, you understand how the likelihood of you having bots is even increased even the more now? With you spending over $750,000 in social media fundraising. You have social media to help you fundraise as a nonprofit, when you could have just had a website and just did things to help fundraise. I thought Brexit was supposed to be more about educating African Americans in the community, because politics and all. When you're spending $750,000 a year on social media fundraising companies so that they can just help you raise more money. And increase engagement. Like what bots would do. And your cult members. They do that for free. The Candy asses increase her engagement for free. Hell, they give her money. If you don't believe me, check out her live stream, her premiere videos in the live stream chat. They give her money. She don't need to pay $750,000 to increase engagement on social media. She has a whole cult that does that for free. What the hell? You can't make this up. Candace, you are paying companies to just help you raise more money. When you've got bots and cultists that are just the candy asses, they do that for free. They give you half their paycheck. Why do you need to spend so much to get something that can be done for not even $50,000? You won't even have to spend $50,000, girl. Whatever you're paying for your bots, and that's about it. You can't make this up. One cause is an online fundraising. These are social media fundraising are just websites that you use to help you raise money. So Brexit was supposed to be about something. Turns out it was all about fundraising, because that's what she's spending the bulk of her money on. That's what Brexit was. One big ass crowdfunding website. That's it. None else. They did nothing else for no one else.
Is this a way for her to pay for private jets to travel? Because she does use private jets to travel often. And I know that because she would travel with private jets to rallies that we went to. And so that's $389,435 for travel, conferences, conventions, and meetings, $518,000. That could be some of the Brexit rallies.
No, I don't have a coat, honey.
Cool.
I don't want y'all to
let's see some transparency on that, And then again, she was operating Brexit at a loss every year. There's $925,000 they were in the
Oh my
hole in
God.
2021, I believe. And then at the end of 2022, they were $1.7 million in the hole. And in 2023, I think it was another $1 million. And that's when TPUSA
1.7
took
mil.
over Blexit. She handed it over to TPUSA, and now she's trying to destroy TPUSA.
Yeah.
Candace, you
And I'm
suck.
laughing about this because it's like,
Yeah.
I just want transparency from her, because if you're gonna claim transparency, everybody else has to answer
Oh
your
my
questions.
God.
Here's where, and we only have about 15 more minutes.
Mhm.
Here's where I have a problem. So I just watched Candace's recent video where she is talking about Erica Kirk, and the moment when Erica Kirk goes to Charlie's casket and she cries, and everyone has dogged Erica for doing that. They think it's so weird. They think it's awful. They think it's like her trying to get attention. We don't know these people personally. I don't think that Charlie and Erica are normal people. I think Charlie, I've met him a few times in my life, and I wish I could go longer into the interactions I've had with him, which I will maybe in another video.
Oh my
He wasn't
God.
a normal person.
No, by definition, these
yeah.
people they're larger than life in some ways.
Yeah,
they're
and
different.
they're different. And I think
Yeah.
that Charlie chose someone who's different.
Absolutely.
You can't make this up.
I do think that if I were to guess what she was doing with that moment, this was fresh. First of all, the first 24 hours after someone dies, especially someone close to you, even myself, I was not normal during that 24
You can't
hours.
judge them.
I didn't sleep that whole night.
Mhm.
I lashed out at two people. I lashed out at my mom, and I shouldn't have done that, but my mom said something really incredibly annoying and rude, and I just told her to F
Because
off.
you're on edge.
I never cuss.
Yeah.
And I wasn't acting normal that 24 hours. So I don't judge anything that Erica did during that time,
Mhm.
because it was an incredibly crazy and tragic event that happened that was almost surreal. I mean, it was surreal. It was gnarly, right? It was just gnarly. Like, I think, and the whole world witnessed it. I also think she was trying to have an Emmett Till moment. She was trying to show the world what they did,
Mhm.
because show them and be like, hey, you killed my husband. You killed my husband, just like Emmett Till's mom was like, you killed my son.
Mhm.
And I do believe that was, for me, that's what I think it was, but I'm not sure what the intention behind that was. But anyways, regardless of all that, Candace said, this is in her latest video, she said, if you're going to allow the public to see something as intimate as that.
Where were the millions being stolen to? I'm curious. Tell us where did those millions go? Because you've obviously, when you say stealing, that means you know where it went to, right? Someone stole it. You should be able to say who stole it. Where did it go? What was it stolen for? What was it spent on? Where did it go? Because this wolves and finance person, I debunked his ass with a smile on my face because he refused to define the word endowment. Basic research. It's a Google search. So he tried to paint this picture like TP USA Endowment, a subsidiary, was doing something unethical when it was investing in the stock market. But that's what endowments are designed to do. That's the purposes of it, is to invest. Investing in the stock market is exactly what you use an endowment for. But see, he didn't tell anybody that because he didn't look it up on information, basic information from basic Google searches that anyone can do if thou hast the ability to read. So exactly, just enlighten us. Who stole the money? How much was it? Where did it go? I'm curious. Who? Where did the money go? Where did it go? See, Candace tried to make it seem like it went to that TP endowment. You do realize what an endowment is. That means you should understand what an endowment is. I've already debunked her and that dude in one video and attacked their asses in it. She watched. Then she had to be corrected on the tax deadline because she didn't go on the IRS website, do basic research on that, and see that they could have been given an extension, to which they were. Who stole it? Where was it going? What was it going? Money was going out much faster than coming in. Going where? Going out much faster? Faster where? To where? Because see, when you guys have these tax statements available on this website, you can just go to it and read it, right? One would think that you've looked at the tax statements, the tax documents. One would assume you've looked at those tax documents, you've got receipts, you've got the audits that was done, and you understand all of this. So tell me, where did it go? Where did it go? We're just asking questions. Where did it go? You said it was going out faster than it was coming in. Where did it go? Wills of Finance is an idiot. Because you would think before you speak on an endowment, you would actually present basic information about an endowment. He said it was unethical without even looking up what an endowment is designed to do. So where did it go? No, where did it go? Stop beating around the bush. I'm asking a very direct question. Where did the money go and who stole it? You're beating around the bush. I don't care about nothing you asking right here. That's irrelevant. Where did the money go? Who stole it? What Swiss bank accounts? Show the evidence on that. I want to see these bank accounts. You said it went to Swiss bank accounts. Show the evidence. Whose names were these bank accounts in? And where's the evidence on that? If you say that, that means there's evidence that there's bank accounts where this money went to, where somebody stole it. You know, you stealing something, you wouldn't be able to like trace that money, right? So whose names these Swiss bank accounts in? Name the bank. Let's start with that. I want to know the name of the bank. Name the bank, because there's more than one bank in or a Swiss bank. Go ahead and name the bank. I want the specific name of the bank and the account holders. And what type of accounts are we talking about? I'm asking questions. I'm just because they say stuff like this in my chat, and I'm asking questions. Erica maiden name. I want to see evidence on that. Name the bank. I'm just saying. They come in and they say these things that you need evidence to prove. They're not giving an opinion of anything. Just like the Wills of Finance person. They sitting here saying that I know more than him because I Googled. Yes, that means I have a lot more knowledge than he does because he failed to even read and research an endowment. So by its definition of gaining more knowledge means, yes, you are more knowledgeable than that person. This definition of terms, reading comprehension, mathematics, it goes over their heads. I want to know the name of the bank. What type of bank? What type of bank accounts are we talking about here? When you make these statements, you gotta be able to prove this stuff. You're saying someone stole money, but you got tax statements, tax documents, and audit. I mean, you said in the Swiss bank accounts, that's very specific. Who are the account holders? Erica maiden name? Why aren't you able to tell me the name? You see, this is what I mean. You put Erica and then maiden name in quotations, but not the actual name. Because if you're saying Swiss bank accounts, that means you know who the account holders are. You can tell me the name of the bank. It makes no sense. Why say dumb things like that you can't prove? It's not even a matter of defending one or the other. I just want to see the evidence. The fact that they could not give me her maiden name, you would think they would know that. You got to put maiden name in quotations. It's stupid. No, don't beat around the bush. Put the name of the account holders and the name of the damn bank. I want evidence on you saying someone stole something. It went to a Swiss bank account. Name the name of the bank and the account holders' names. Not Erica maiden name. Because, I mean, if you really knew that, you would just Google her last name, maiden name. But go ahead and put that in there. Put the information there. I want to see the evidence on this. I want to see transactions, any documentation you have. Email it to me. I want facts on this. Because that's something else. That's something else right there. They stealing and they can't tell me where it's going. You keep asking questions, beating around the bush. You're supposed to already know the answers to this, right? Because you're alleging that they stole money. You made a flat out accusation that they're stealing. So why ask me anything like that? You should be telling me information and evidence and showing me the proof. Why even ask me that? You should be telling me the answer. Can't make this up. Eric, give me the names of the account holders and the bank account. They ask questions to beat around the bush. It makes no sense. That's all that is. It makes no sense. Swiss bank account. They just said Bahamas, all right? It could have been Swiss bank, Bahamas, St. Croix, Africa. Like, it's random stuff thrown out here. This is the stuff they copy and paste and put in everybody's comments. It's like, just send the evidence. Send the evidence. Why does that need to be an argument? What does that have to? I don't. Give me the account holder and the name of the bank. You telling me everything but that. So you don't know. Got it. Nonsense. It makes no sense. Can't even, I mean, basic information. Account holders and the name of the bank. Since you're saying that they stole money, you're saying this with a blessed assurance. Those type of statements should not be made unless you have evidence. Candy ass is gonna learn the hard way. Don't make accusations like that. Send me the evidence. I want the evidence. Email it to me. And I'm assuming the other person was talking about the arguments of this Eric person. This isn't an argument with me. I'm asking a question. And if I had to debate this person, they would certainly lose on their best day and my worst. I want the name of the account holders and the name of the bank. You said specifically a Swiss bank. Send the name of the Swiss bank and drop name the account holders at this specific Swiss bank. And then tell me what type of accounts are it. Private, that personal, business account, investment account. What type? That's all the clues I'm going to give you.
You have to keep allowing them to see
Make this
the
up.
way you're grieving and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
And she's upset.
No, it's not.
That
Name
Erica
the
Kirk has
bank. It's not
disclosed where Charlie's buried. And I think the conspiracy theorists think Charlie is like, I don't know, somewhere being pickled right now still, that he's not buried
You can't make
3 months later, but I don't know. And Erica Kirk has said, hey, I'm not going to share where this is at because
For obvious reasons.
leftists are insane and they will defile it. They've already defiled memorials for Charlie. Like, and she
Name
wants
of
to
the
have a place
bank.
where she can feel safe with her daughters. Because remember, she's the mother of 2 of his children,
Mhm.
2 of his little girls, and to go be able to visit the grave of. And so Candace is demanding that Erica continues to allow the public into her grief and into her the decisions she has made in
Mhm.
regards to Charlie's death.
Mhm.
Well, Candace, are you a hypocrite? Because you shared your intimate texts with Charlie.
Some of them.
Some of them. You have shared texts that were never meant to be for the public,
Mhm.
but you didn't share
exactly.
Mhm.
them all. Are you going to share all of the texts? So, I mean, this is an extremely divisive thing that's happening right now. And even if you did believe that TPUSA is behind it and that Charlie was living in the Truman Show, that Charlie is one of the smartest, wisest guys that has ever existed in our modern times, somehow didn't know that he was being tricked by his own wife and his own best friends, multiple people,
Just a crazy thing.
and the government and Trump and all these people.
The Candy ass is reflecting the type of intellect that Candace Owens has because they listen to every word she says. This is the extent of her intellect because it's the extent of their intellect. And I did block that Michael person. You're gonna sit here and say that. I mean, just racial slur, the profanity. I'm sure he'll come back under a different profile name because that's what bots and cult members do. When you sit here and say somebody stole some money and you can't even tell me the name of the bank account, that's not confidential because you're alleging that they stole the money and you're asking me questions. It's the most idiotic thing ever.
People that have been roped into what these theories. So it's a lot. It's a lot. But at the same time,
Oh, don't worry.
we aren't allowed to question the person that's spreading a lot of this. And I know I'm going to be attacked by her followers in this. They're going to say I'm trying to take her spot, or I don't know. I don't want her spot.
No, thanks.
Like I
She
said, I'd
doesn't have a
rather live in a
spot.
pocket. I'd rather live in a pocket.
Candace doesn't have a spot. What
I
spot?
haven't posted in 5 months. I'm not trying to do this for a living.
No
I
damn
haven't done a long
spot.
video like this in 5 months.
Lying is not a spot.
So there's a lot more I could say. I'm running out of time, but is Candace a liar? Did she really work 30 hours for Blexit?
That's not the name of the bank.
I know that she's shared some things. Joshua, you're more privy to it.
That's not a Swiss
some
bank.
things that aren't true in her theories.
Yeah. I mean, just applying the questions that
They did the
the
audit.
same
Good
kind of
grief.
questions that she's been asking, like you said.
Once again,
Is
name
she
the
going
bank.
to share? She said that Erica is having Meghan Markle syndrome because she wants some things public and not other things. Well, you shared some of his text messages. How about sharing the text messages around the time when you left TPUSA, when there was that breakup, or around the time when Charlie Kirk unfollowed you on social media?
Or share your text.
Oh boy, them candy asses, boy, they hate that. They hate the fact that it's facts out here to show Charlie Kirk unfollowed her. And that she was forced to resign from TPUSA in 2019. They don't ever speak on that. Name the damn Swiss bank and the account holders. You're giving me everything but that, because low IQ and all.
Messages when you were congratulating him for the birth of his daughter.
Don't say people stole money. You're not ready.
The weeks leading up to his death. Yeah. The weeks leading up to his death. Were you still close? Because his real close friends that he worked with every day say you weren't. And the text messages you're sharing seem like they're old. So, just applying the same, we're just asking questions logic to her, I mean, a lot of her theories would fall apart really quickly, and like
everything but
she said some things that, just a few quick examples, that she got the time wrong on one of her theories with like the
Egyptian planes. And that's the thing. The Egyptian plane one, I think, is the strongest one she has, I guess.
But even then, it's just like she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Like she got the time wrong. Like UTC,
it's very reckless.
Utah time.
Yeah, it's very reckless.
She just threw it out there.
I just want to quickly, because I only have 2 more minutes. I just want to quickly share my final thoughts on some of this and then ask her some questions if she's willing to answer them, although I doubt she'll ever see this video, but maybe her followers will force her to watch it or something.
No, it's not confidential. Name the bank. True, they're telling me it's a Swiss account, and they're talking about New Mexico Department of Justice. What to do? Tell me the name of the bank. Obviously, you're saying they stole money and it went to a Swiss account. Say the name of the damn bank. It's not confidential. Bank names are not confidential. It's just not. That's how you know you're the trolling. It is stuck on stupidity on steroids. You can't make this stuff up. This, Candace, your candy ass cult members, boy, they have a way of reflecting your level of intellect.
So, first of all, her videos are done very clickbait style. I have something very exciting to share with you. And if you look at the comment section, people are having a heyday over this. They're like putting popcorn emojis. Like, this is something fun. Mm-hmm. There's nothing fun about this. Whether Candace is right or wrong, this is not fun. This is a man's life, his wife, and his 2 kids. And his organization that he built his whole life putting together. There's nothing fun about this. So that right there alone is like part of the reason why I'm speaking up right now, is because I'm tired of seeing this turn into like a cat fight, like a fun, like we're watching a WWE wrestling match between Candace and Erica. And that's what, if you look at Candace's comment section, that's what it looks like by the people that are really into what she's doing. I also don't think that Candace should be silenced. It's free speech, the free country. She obviously likes how her followers are treating this and the conclusions that they're coming to, because she has not rebuked them for what they're doing. And I know she reads her comments because she hurts some of them.
Candace will not denounce the actions of Nicholas Ray or the other man that's in jail for sending death threats to Jewish conservatives. Nor will she denounce people sending death threats and kidnapping threats to Erica Kirk and these two minor children. Erica said her kids are both are under the age of 3. What the hell? Kidnapping threats. And you got this idiot in here talking about some Swiss bank accounts and then go to New Mexico Department of Justice. Oh man. I can't even begin to say what all is wrong with that statement with the just New Mexico Department of Justice. Anybody care to share what's wrong with saying like just the New Mexico Department of Justice? Oh God, as if our DOJ is not a federal government agency and somehow it's just limited to New Mexico. For F's sake. Oh my God.
She's very clever with her words. So if you notice, she'll often accuse her followers are like the feds are doing a terrible job at this investigation. You're the only one that's doing it right. You guys, it's the Utah Attorney General that's doing the investigation. It's the Attorney General that released the text messages that were given to them by Tyler Robinson's weird lover, trans lover, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not the feds. It's the Utah Attorney General that filed the charges against Tyler Robinson. It's not the feds. And she knows this. I hope she does. But she likes to use the fed slop and feds because people don't trust the feds.
Swiss bank.
But really, if she's honest, it's actually the Attorney General office that's conducting the investigation. The feds, they're doing an investigation too, but they're basically showing whether or not it's a domestic terrorism or if it's a hate crime. They're not involved in the actual formal charges of the murder of Charlie Kirk. The murder. They're just trying to, they can press charges if they can see that it's domestic terrorism or if it's a hate crime. But it's the Utah Attorney General's office that's doing the investigation. So if you have a problem with that, you need to take it up with them, not the feds. And a lot of people are saying fed slop, fed slop. So, and then my final thing I want to say is that after researching nonprofits, I've been doing this for 2 years now. All nonprofits have drama. All of them do, especially the big ones. Blexit had drama. Candace Owens required all of her employees to sign non-disclosure agreements. They all have conflicts.
They can't name that someone though.
Donors who want one narrative to be pushed and they're upset that it's not. And just because a nonprofit has drama within it doesn't mean that they're guilty of killing their founder and their leader. That's not enough evidence to hold up in a court.
No, they don't understand evidence. Eric does not understand the definition of the word evidence. He just made a statement that someone is stealing and can't tell us the name of the Swiss bank, which is not confidential. Like Bank of America, USA Bank. Bank names are not confidential. If you said a Swiss account, you should be able to tell me the name of this bank. And then you throwing out just random dumb shit. New Mexico Department of Justice. This journalist, everything but an answer to that specific question. I'm not going to them. You're the one accusing them of stealing. You tell me the name of the bank. I'm not going on no fact-finding mission for you. Shouldn't you have already done that? I'm sorry. Shouldn't your cult leader have already done that? Tell her to tell us the name of the killer. Who's the assassin, Candace? Because that's what you were supposed to be looking up. She's still asking the same question that she's been asking for 3 months. And she's the one out here talking about, I'm going to investigate Charlie Kirk's assassination. But she won't tell us who the shooter is. After 3 months, just like this clown, after 10 minutes, still can't say the name of a Swiss bank where his Swiss account is being held. And not even drop the name of, he said Erica and then put maiden name in quotations. They can't say the name of the account holders. Obviously, you have the information to make the allegation, a direct allegation that someone stole some money. You just threw out Swiss accounts, like what might as well just say Bahama accounts. Shaba. This is how they think. Let's speak in circles and say nothing at all. direct questions, somehow they're the only ones that think they get to ask questions. To the one that said he was a public figure, we have the right to ask questions. They don't have to give you answers. They really don't. Aside from what you can find online, that's public information. They don't owe you anything else beyond that. I'm not alleging that TPUSA stole money. And it's shameful that you have people that are willing to defend wolves in finance who failed to look up endowments, but said it was unethical for money going to an endowment to be used to invest in the stock market, when that is exactly what an endowment is designed to do. Invest, including the stock market, because you can't make this shit up. It's simple Google searches. Tell me the name of the Swiss bank, and I'm not letting you up on that, Eric. Do you understand? I want you to be clear. When you come into my chat, you come in at your own peril. So when you come up in here, either you telling me the name of the Swiss bank, or I don't give a damn about what you say or think. Understand that? You gonna make that type of allegation? You should be telling us any information you have related to that. Otherwise, it's irrelevant. Don't care. New Mexico Department of Justice. I don't care what's going on with them. Tell us the name of the Swiss bank.
It just is not.
It's wild.
And it's very convenient for Candace that she's able to uncover TPUSA drama, because there's going to be drama in nonprofits. There always is. There was drama in Brexit. She was $1 million in the hole every year for the last 3 years she was running it.
Mm-hmm.
And she probably had weird demands from donors as well, but it's not uncovered because there isn't a big event to cover it, right?
Okay,
so I just want everyone to really think critically and to make sure that
exactly,
they are
no one doing business with us,
not being sensationalized because it's been turned, because the way she's doing it. It's fine that she's doing her investigation, but the way she's doing it is very sensationalized. I have something exciting. It's so exciting. And now the U.S. military, and now it's French Legionnaires. And, you know, it's very like, ooh, people are getting out their popcorn, right? So we just have to stay grounded and in truth. And I hope that with that truth and staying grounded, that people start demanding answers from her.
Yeah,
I had more to share. I'm sure, Joshua, you had more to share as well, but we're running out of time. I don't want this to be too long. I don't want to do this again. Maybe no one will watch this and I won't have to.
Oh no, we're watching, girl. You know, the candy asses are real slow. Eric, name the bank, name the Swiss bank. That's slow. I've said that, asked the question like 8 times. He's saying everything but, yeah, that's slow. You're gonna have to probably do this again. You gotta break it down. Because otherwise, you know, these are big words you use, honey. They can't define evidence or endowment. So yeah, you're gonna have to do this probably again and just break this stuff down into like parts. You can't make this up.
But there's more that we could say and there's more that we could share, but we don't really have time right now to do that. And I just hope everyone continues to pray and follow what God is telling them to do. And to that's that.
All right.
Do you have anything more to say, Joshua?
No, I mean, just I hope people have the same questioning spirit and skepticism for her that they do for everything else.
Oh, we do.
And to remind everyone that these are real humans. Candace is a human. Erica is a human. She's not a robot. She's got 2 children from Charlie.
Candace says she's an alien. She said that herself. So I'm just going to go with that.
Charlie chose her as his wife. They were very close. He made it very clear. She made it very clear. These are human lives. These are people. People are flawed. We're all flawed. But at the same time, hypocrisy needs to be pointed out.
Hey.
And that's...
No, she seriously said she's an alien. Candace said she is American ignorant. I have the screenshot. And she said she's an alien. Candace Amber Owens Farmer admitted she's an alien. So we're going with that. Because it came out of her mouth. See, people don't want us to take whatever she says seriously. No, we're taking that seriously. Candace is an alien. We don't know what the hell she is.
Why I think that Candace should address what's happened with her organization and the millions of dollars in debt and the paying herself and saying that she worked 30 hours a week. Did she actually do that? I'm just asking questions.
Yep.
If you watch anything on this channel, you agree that this is a joke and we are just playing on air.
Candace, you said you were an alien. Oh my God. That might explain these cult members in the bots. You can't make this stuff up. I'm glad she was able to admit that much. Okay. She's a whole alien out here procreating with humans. You can't make this up. Candace, you spent 1.7 million. Y'all, this is the tax return from 2022. I'm gonna try to see this right here because someone said we have the right to ask because she's a public figure. He's a public figure. So is Candace, and she's still alive. Candace Owens is still alive on Earth. Candace Owens said she's an alien. We're going with that. So she's not human. She is an alien. It's in the wrong realm and in the wrong reality. Candace lost her mind a long time ago, and she left her alien body here on Earth for us to still have to deal with for reasons. Candace gives us material for days. Y'all understand this? I feel nothing when I laugh at the fact that she said she is an alien. Okay. Candace. I know, right? I just said she did. She did say that. She said, Carl, happy birthday. Yeah, Candace, you said you were alien, girl. We going with it. Okay. Candace, can you explain why your expenses, your revenue less expenses right here on line 19 came up to negative $1.7 million? Let's get the exact number. $1,720,226. After last year, the prior year being 1.7 mil. This year, current year, negative $1,031,905. The clown said my argument wouldn't hold up. This ain't no argument. We read in here in the Lady Luck Club. Reading is fundamental. I don't have to make an argument. I just show documentation. Eric, where the hell you at? Did this money go to a Swiss account too? Tell my New Mexico Department of Justice. Nothing I care about. Why would I go to New Mexico Department? You can't make this up. I don't care about New Mexico's Department of Justice right now. Eric, tell me the name of the Swiss bank. Because maybe, just maybe, we might find some of this Brexit money over there too. Give us the name of the Swiss account, the Swiss bank. Swiss bank names are not confidential. Tell us the name of the Swiss bank, Eric Klein. You started this, and I'm finishing it. Tell us the name of the bank. By the time I'm done, he's going to want to block himself. I'm going to bring this up every time I see you in my chat, Eric. You understand? Just like Rick, who threatened me, saying I'm paying the price one way or the other. I'm still waiting for Rick to make it plain. How exactly I'm paying a price. Perhaps we might find this 1.7 or this 1.3 million sitting in a Swiss account. Because Candace Owens is still alive and she's still a public figure. For the candy asses that think that somehow TPUSA owes you something. TPUSA acquired Brexit when it was in the hole for 2 tax years back to back. You have the ability to look up those 990 tax forms for TPUSA just like everybody else. While Eric is running around here talking about Swiss accounts and then naming journalists in the New Mexico Department of Justice for no reason. Still not the name of a Swiss bank. And it says none of my business. Who told you to say that someone stole money? That was none of my business either, but since you want to put it out there. I mean, we could just do this. I can do this all day. Eric, name of the bank. Eric is gonna be blocking me by the time I'm done. He's gonna be sick of this. Eric, come back. Come back, Eric. Oh no. Candace, you out here spending money on social media fundraising. Who spends this much money on this stupid stuff? You paying companies to help you fundraise on social media. My Lord. So what was the Let's go with the person who was supposed to be doing that. Let's say you're chief operations officer here, Melissa Nunez. What was she doing? She didn't hire anyone to oversee your IT department, where they could have had some sort of software program, or you guys could have partnered with a social media fundraising platform and then had a team to do that internally. So that cuts down on your overhead costs, Candace Owens, because that's how you manage your expenses. Like, why would you want to spend over $750,000 for social media fundraising expenses? Why would you want to do that? This year that she spent $114,000. Why? Why? Why would you do that? This is the last year she had Blex. This is 2022. Let's go back to 2021. This was our tax year 2022. So let's go to tax year. Now I don't go to another tax year where it's unbelievable. Let's go to this tax year 2022 here. Candace, you spent stupid money on stupid things. Stupid money. Do you know what I could do with $750,000? Y'all throw some ideas. What could you do if you had $750,000? Drop in the chat. What would you do with that $750,000? Because I think buy a house would be the first thing, right? If you had $750,000, put it in the chat. What would you do with it? What's the first thing you would do if you got hit? If you came across $750,000? I'm curious to know. Because I don't think spending money on a social media fundraising platform would be part of it. Fran said buy a house. I'm buying a house. First thing you would do if you got $750,000. Put it in the chat. Because it's so weird that she would spend money on that. That's what I'm thinking, Cyber Dreams. Sounds like a cover-up. But I'm just, so that you guys can see, like, rational, the candy asses that, boy, they hate my guts. It's just rational common sense thing. You have $750,000 given to you. What's the first thing you're going to do with that $750K? $750K, almost $1 million. First thing you do, drop it in the chat. Most people will pay their debt. Francisca said buy a house. Cyber said apartment complex. You buying apartment complex? Like an investment property? Come on, $750K. You gotta spend this money. First thing you're doing with it. Like that movie with Richard Pryor in it. He had what, $30 million? He had to spend it in so many hours. You get $750,000 and you got 24 hours to spend it. What's the first thing you're doing with it? Investment property. Is it Umsi? Umsi said investment property. Got 24 hours. I'm buying my Carmel said I'm buying my forever home. There you go. You got 24 hours to spend $750K. $750,000. You got to spend it in 24 hours. What's the first thing you're doing? Commercial property. I got you, Cyber Dreams. Okay. I'm buying a home. And I'm paying for it flat out. And I'm buying the property that it sits on. So I don't have to pay property taxes. So I'm buying a home and the property, the lot that it sits on. Whatever the property is, how many acres it is, I'm buying the property and I'm buying a home. Come on, you got 24 hours to spend $750,000. I'd probably get a car too. Your boy, what's going on? How you doing? Small hunting, camping cabin on a few acres of forest land. There you go. Thanks. Sarah said, buy a house in Nash and hire Officer Tatum as my bodyguard. You know he only works 5 hours a week, okay? So if you got him coming in 5 days a week, he's only gonna be able to do an hour. He only does 5 hours a week. Where's Eric? Eric? Yeah, you putting that money in a Swiss account or what? You got $750,000. 24 hours to spend it. What you doing with it? Candace, you spent $750 on social media fundraising. Holy Jesus. Y'all see this? This is right here. Optimized Consulting, Olympic Media. This is a P.O. Box. 1881 North Nash Street, apartment 2031. Apartment for a company you paying $284,000. What the hell? Do y'all see this? Look at this address. 1881 North Nash Street, apartment 2031, Arlington, Virginia. Candace, I'm going to Google this. And if this goes to like a relative's apartment or something, I'm so, oh my God. Y'all, this going to an apartment complex. 1881 North Nash Street, Arlington, Virginia. Going into an apartment complex. You can't make this up. And it's, oh my God, y'all see this? 2.8 million. That's this address right here that she has on those taxes, paying $284,000. Oh my God. Gross receipts from activity totaled up to $384,284 going to this address. To this address. Right here. Y'all see? 1881 North Nash Street, Arlington, Virginia. For a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,803 square feet. Do y'all see this? Market value at 2.825, 2.8 million. This is a home? 1,800 square feet, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom. This is an apartment. You can't make this up. And a social media fundraising company is attached to this address. Oh, you can't make this up. Do y'all see this? I know, Diane. You can't make this crap up. It is a real building. Oh! Okay. Eric had to go get that Swiss account details. He's like, the lady clerk over gonna torture me to death for the name of a Swiss bank. Oh, Eric, I'm clamoring in on you. You come up in my chat, you better have the name of that damn bank, boy. You can't make this up. And a brand new Jeep, the rest I would invest in silver and gold bullion. I hear you. Y'all, this is the place. This is the place. Who lives here? This is the place on the tax documents. Candace, who the hell lives here? You see the estimated rent? $5,394 a month in estimated rent. This is the address, 1881 North Nash Street, Arlington, Virginia. Oh, let's look at the photos. Dear God. Y'all, these are the photos. This is an apartment? What the heck? Y'all see these photos? That's the hallway area? Why would anyone, like, This is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,800 square foot apartment where the rent is over $5,300 a month. And this place was the address for Olympic Media, where they received $384,284 based on gross receipts from activity for one tax year. What the? I'm in the wrong business. I'm in the wrong business. I'm sorry. I need to change my professions like tomorrow. Jeez. Really? Gross receipts from activity. They built Blexit $384,284 worth of stuff, worth of service. Do y'all see this? And this is the address where, is that a swimming pool? No, that's a street. I'm looking through. Okay, so the glass is tinted. You can't make this up. Yeah. Look at this. The cabinetry don't even look like a kitchen. You wouldn't know it unless you saw the oven and the stove right here. What a refrigerator. Is this it? It's the refrigerator, y'all. And those are the freezers. 2 drawers down there. Y'all see the freezer? Look at that. That's the refrigerator. And that's the top drawer for the freezer. It's another drawer for the freezer. God knows wherever the dishwasher is. It could be up in the ceiling. Who knows? This bathroom is nice. This thing is $5,394 a month for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,800 square feet apartment. The is going on? $384,000 of money went to this address, to a company with this address at it. Olympic Media. This is the site of Olympic Media. Y'all look at all that alcohol over there. Really? Y'all see that whole tray of alcohol? I am in the wrong field. I'm in the wrong field. $6,000 a month for this. And it's off the market. It is off market. Let me go back to the thing. Y'all see this? Hold on, let me go back. Go back. It says off market right there. Y'all see that? Off market. It's right here in the corner. Holy moly. I'm amazed. These are the photos for Olympic Media. All that alcohol over there on the tray. Is this where Boys Club is going to for his 3rd birthday for the year? George Farmer, come to the front of the come to the front of the place. Come to the front of the room. George, the internet says you have 3 birthdays. So for this alleged birthday, December 15th. Happy birthday for the 3rd time, I guess. Is this where you hanging out at with Boys Club? You can't make this up. There's a lot of alcohol on that tray, George. This is insane. Somebody is doing a lot of things wrong. They got a patio. 1,800 square feet, y'all. Off market. Look at this. 2.8 million. Off market. For a 2-bedroom, it says here 2 beds, 2.5 baths. You know, because that half bath makes a difference, I guess. Jeez, you can't make this up. It looks like a hotel, really. The fact that a company that Blexit paid over $384,000 in one tax year to has an address here for this location for a 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 1,800 square foot apartment, condo, whatever this is, in a high-rise type of building. Oh, sweet Lord. Where's the dishwasher? Yeah, the dishwasher is over here somewhere. Who knows? You can't make this up. Maybe that's the dishwasher by the sink. It's usually by the sink. That might be the dishwasher right there. Jesus. This is insane. Is this what Boys Club is hanging out this weekend? It's 2 bedrooms. George, you can only have one other guest there before we ask you more questions. You and like 6 dudes can't stay up in here, okay? It's only 2 bedrooms, 2.5 bath. All right. So you and Boys Club, y'all go hang out here. I mean, just like one guy per room before we really start asking some serious questions. Then maybe one guy sleep on the couch. All right, maybe 3. If it's a sleeper sofa in there, or if it's 2 sleeper sofas. So maybe this is a sleeper sofa, the other was a sleeper sofa. And then you got a bed, and you got 2 bedrooms with 1 bed in it. So perhaps you and 3 other dudes can be up in here comfortably before we start asking serious questions. If it's like 10 of y'all, I don't know what to say. Y'all, Boys Club got to have a hangout spot in Arlington, Virginia. Who the hell is here in Arlington, Virginia? And they spending this stupid money on this. This is stupid money. This is the address here for this taxes for Olympic Media. They got $384,284 total gross receipts from activity. You can't make this up. That's not including optimized consulting here. That's going to a P.O. box in Austin, Texas. $818,319 gross receipts from activity. That means this is what was billed out and paid. It's supposed to be coming from their accounting department. This is stupid money. This is crazy money. This is over $1 million total here. The amount paid too is $553,694 for one, $284,404 for the 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment or condo. At minimum, over $750,000. Make this make sense. But they want to sit here and say turn TPUSA stealing money. Oh God. This is so gross. Turn trick town. You got comment of the day. Yeah. Turn trick. Y'all, TTT up in the house. It's the 3T in Arlington, Virginia, coming at you from the 3T. Turn trick house. Oh, my stomach hurt. Carl, happy birthday. God, you still here. What? Oh. Oh, they're gonna blow a hole in the ozone layer from Turk Trick Towers. Candace, we done got a hold of these taxes, girl. Damn. Who runs the media company? I need to see this. Let's see the company name. Oh my God. I can't believe this. I'm in the wrong field, y'all. I'm so serious. Oh man. Oh my God, this is crazy. Optimized Consulting. I'm just gonna pull up the name of the company. You know what? I'm pull up the Olympic Media. Let's see what that is. You can't make this up. It's not even like when you put in the address, it don't even come up for this company. In Arlington, Virginia. It's like Olympic Media Company. I don't even know if that's real. Y'all. Olympic Media Company. This because that's coming up. Hold on. Oh my God. Olympic Media. Oh, okay. Let's put Olympic Media in Arlington, Virginia. If that don't come up, and that probably okay. I got an LLC here. Olympic Media LLC is a Virginia domestic LLC, a limited liability company filed on January 21, 2017. The company's filing status is listed as active, and its file number is this here, S is in Sam 658-9636. The registered agent on file for this company is Ryan Coyne, Coyne. Y'all know who that is? Anybody heard of this? It sounds like somebody she know. Hold on. You can't make this up. And they living in that apartment. Y'all, here's the address for the apartment. 1881 North Nash Street, Unit 2301, Arlington, Virginia, 22209. The company's principal address is 1881 North Nash Unit 2301. Okay, it's the same address. Ryan Coyne, Coyne, Coyne is the contact. That's the registered agent for this LLC, Olympic Media LLC. I'm gonna put this link in the chat. Y'all, this is crazy. I have never, ever seen like this all my life. And I've looked up a lot of financial fraud. I mean, let's just, I'm researching it as a crypto scam. Like Novatech was a huge crypto scam. This right here, they're trying to slide stuff under the rug. Candace, you can slide that rug today. You just couldn't do it today. Not today. Who is Ryan Cohn? Who is this person? You can't make this up. Olympic Media. I don't even see like what this is falling under. It's what the heck? Is it called Starboard? There's a trademark called Starboard. If y'all can see this. This is crazy. At the same address here. So y'all see that mark identification Starboard. This is trademark information. I'm just trying to figure out something because I'm like, how did they think this was gonna go? Like, did they think no one was ever going to look this up? Maybe that's what they thought. No one's ever gonna look this stuff up. They have an attorney, John H. Platt, in Phoenix. How ironic. So Blexit having been acquired by TPUSA in 2023 does not necessarily mean that the companies that Blexit was paying now automatically work directly with TPUSA. That they had any. This is so weird. It's just ironic that they're, this attorney is in Phoenix, Arizona, where Candace is flying out to have this one-on-one with Erica and TPUSA in Phoenix tomorrow. Like, it's so weird. Y'all see the other entities here, the LLCs, all registered to this address here, the same address, the 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 2.5-bath Turk Trick Towers. You can't make this up. This is on Bizpedia. I'm in the wrong business, man. Pete Parler. Does that sound familiar to you all? Does Pete Parler sound familiar? Isn't that the same thing George had, Parler Inc.? Isn't that the same thing as Parler? Parler Inc. Is Parler Inc. also called P Parler? Y'all see P Parler trademark information? Is that the same thing as Parler Inc. that George was owner of? Yep, it was. Look, y'all. Olympic Media LLC, 1881 North Nash Street. You got Parler 2022 Inc. Owner at registration. Parler 2022. First new owner after publication from Delaware. That sound familiar? Parler LLC. This is George's company that he sold. Parler. He sold that Parler Inc., right? Y'all see that? He sold Parler Inc. This is something else. So, Olympic Media and Parler Inc. fell under the same trademark here. P Parler trademark info was registered under Olympic Media LLC. So when they say that they're paying this company, Olympic Media, that also has a trademark for Parler Inc., owned by George Farmer, what makes us think that this is not going to George Farmer's pocket? Make this make sense? Did he did George sell this? Yeah, we keep getting this. Y'all can't come up with nothing else. Did George sell George Parler Inc.? Didn't he sell that? You can't make this up. They send those comments like that. That don't do over here. George Farmer. That don't do nothing at all. Yeah, Parler. Yeah, this is George's stuff. This is the attorney, Darren Deaver, in Texas. Parler Inc. that Parler. Yeah, that's George's. There you go. It's mighty funny, Candace. It's mighty ironic how Olympic Media has this P Parler trademark registered to it. It's mighty funny. And Parler is owned by your husband, who is also listed as treasurer of Blexit. He's also treasurer. So Olympic Media that holds Parler Inc. Didn't I say it would be a conflict of interest for him to be as a treasurer, listed as a treasurer here? And then he puts the LLC to which is connected to his company, Parler Inc. This Parler thing. Mighty funny. They're not even trying hard. They're not even trying. Not even trying. And he sold Parler. You can't make this up. Oh, look, Parler Inc. There you go. Company is located in Knoxville, Tennessee, and Wilmington, Delaware. Candace, you were paying your husband. Y'all see this here? Parler Inc., Delaware Domestic Corporation, Tennessee Foreign For-Profit Corp. This was George's company. And you guys see now, this is taking you back to Delaware, where Georgetown Inc. and Candace Owens LLC was registered to. And now this Olympic Media LLC. And then you have Parler Inc. that was located in Tennessee, where they live. This is it. This is George's company, Parler Inc. that he sold. This fell under. You can't make this up. This Olympic Media LLC. That's registered to this address with that 2-bedroom, 2.5-bath apartment that she had listed as a company that she was paying $284,000, over $284,000 to, as a social media fundraiser. Candace, somebody lying. Girl, you did all of this and for what? And George listed as a treasurer for Blexit. Working just as many hours as she is. Somebody said, somebody lying like hell. Candace, you giving money over to your husband's company under an LLC. Y'all went all over around the world. George Farmer, treasurer. Working 30 hours. No salary though, because of reasons. You can't make this up. All that money you paying out to an LLC that connects to your husband's company that he sold. Candace, you didn't think we would just, I mean, reading is fundamental, people. Reading is fundamental. Did she not think we would put this together? Did she not think this would happen? This is insane. And then Pauline goes straight to Delaware and Tennessee, where her other LLCs are registered and where the hell they live. You can't make this out. Good grief. It's just like, let's just lay this out so plain and simple. She literally thought no one would just be able to put this together. Oh my God. Y'all, this is something. LLC George Farmer became CEO in May 2021, same date as what was on the screen. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you guys can pull up this information yourselves. I dropped the link. You can't make this up. Here's the date, that 2021 date. Is it May 12th, 2021? Or there's a February date on here, February 15th, 2021. Which one is it? This is insane. Insane. Did they not think? And then it goes converted to Olympic Media. It connects to this Olympic Media going to this apartment that she paying all this money to. Olympic Media. Oh my God. Candace, this is your LLC? You paying yourself? You and George's LLC? Like, we were just trying to figure out who owned Olympic Media. who's the damn owner? You can't make this up. Ryan Coyne. No. No, I ain't willing to believe that. This is something else. Boy, who knew? Who knew? Who knew? Oh, my dear. Dear God. Ryan Coyne, boy, he got some explaining to do. You trying to cover up for something connected to George Farmer and Parlor Inc.? This is priceless. This is priceless. I'm so blown away. Yeah, listen, research it. This is what you get. This is the first thing I clicked on. I don't know why there's two separate links for that. But if y'all see here, I'm skipping around a little bit. All these dumb ads. It has a Parlor Inc. here, corporation, first new owner before publication, and then Parlor Inc. here, owner at publication. So I just clicked on that and it took me here. This is crazy. George was CEO. It says he never owned it. This is crazy. It says George became CEO May 2021. There you go. Let's go back. It says up here where, the filing date, May 12th, 2021. George, this is your company. Registered under this Olympic Media LLC that's getting all this damn money from Blexit. And then that's like, how is this not a conflict? Make this make sense. Just for, just propriety and appearance's sake, I would not put down an LLC or anything that falls underneath it, any trademarks registered to it that connects back to my husband. I wouldn't do it. Because you want to see him talking about somebody stealing money. They just keeping it all in the family. It's not going. It's not going to get. They straight up fundraising for it, and then they just keeping it between the two of them, and then maybe giving somebody something on the side to shut up, because turn trick towers. Why would they spend all that money for that 2-bedroom, 2.5-bath apartment? Unless it's like one of those ghost, places where you just have some address listed just for the sake of saying this is here. Because you look at it, this type of company living, like if we went there, like somebody was actually to go there, no one, if someone lives there, it certainly will be anyone related to this. Not at this juncture anyway. It's 2025. This is taxes from 2022 file. So more than likely, it's someone else that lives there. The question would be, did this company ever exist there? I highly doubt it. This is something else. This is something else. You can't make this up. And Brandon Tatum, what's his name? He's supposed to be an officer. He ain't got nothing to say about this. Brandon Tatum ain't got nothing to say about this. He knew this. Did he know that this was going on while he's only working 5 hours a week? You can't make this up. Oh my God. Because reasons. Oh my God. Any money laundering going on, just asking questions. Exactly, Sarah. Y'all. So Candace was taking a $250,000 a year salary. They're paying over $309,000 a year to a company connected to her husband. Exactly. Well, the trademark fell under that LLC that went to a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment where the monthly rent, even probably 2-3 years ago, was probably about the same. Let's just say if there was some level of inflation on it, I highly doubt anyone ever occupied the place. They would ever be able to prove that a business was there. But rent valued at $5,000 a month, average. That's stupid money. All for LLC connected to his company at Parlor that he sold. Maybe Tatum giving Tatum the VP a bit on the side allegedly. He had to be. Officer Tatum's supposed to be upholding the law. You mean to tell he don't understand anything about ethics? Just the appearance of things on this is crazy. They're not even sending the money to an outside company, giving another company opportunity to make this type of money. No, they're just keeping it amongst themselves. So they're fundraising this money, and in between the two of them, depending on what LLC they're putting this under, they're basically just paying themselves the bulk of this money. And get this now, both of them together combined assets valued at $224 million. 244 million. Sorry, 244 million. Based on the last time we looked this up last week. $244 million. This is what is on these tax documents. So she wants people to answer her questions, but stuff like this, she'll never tell anybody. Because it just sounds and looks horrible. It's horrible. P. Parler, George Farmer's company, falling under Olympic Media, where Blexit was paying it $284,000, $384,000 based on gross receipts from activity. If I look up Optimized Consulting, am I gonna see the same thing? Probably. Optimized Consulting. What we getting with that? Candace said she had LLCs registered in Delaware. Candace, this isn't even, you're not even trying to hide this stuff, girl. She's not even trying to be slick about it. What's Optimized Consulting? This is like a scam. It doesn't even look real. Oh Lord, y'all, this is like one of those pyramid scheme type websites where they promoting Bitcoin. Look at this. This is the website for optimizedconsulting.biz. Let me go back. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make this up. I was like, I'm just floored. I'm floored. Candace, you really tried it. Let me look up Optimized Consulting, Austin, Texas. Because all of this stuff is starting to connect, Candace. It's starting to connect. You wanted to ask questions, so do we. And it's going to a P.O. box. So there's no actual physical address on this. Is it P.O.? What is the P.O. box? This company was getting this going back to 7 years. I'm trying to see if this is it. It might be. P.O. Box 660121. Is that it? Yep, I found it. Oh my God. Y'all, here it is. OC Optimized Consulting. Optimized Consulting. Y'all see P.O. Box 660121, Austin, Texas, 78766. That's the same P.O. Box that's listed here. P.O. Box 660121, Austin, Texas, 78766. This is something else. So here is the LLC on this. Texas LLC filed October 31st, 2018. Company filing status is in existence, and its file number 08031544718. The registered agent on file is URS Agents LLC, located at 3610-2 North Josie Lane, Suite 223, Carrollton, Texas, 75007. I'm gonna put this in the chat. You guys can look up what that address is. If it's another tower apartment, that's it. George Pardon all over the U.S. If y'all put in the addresses of this and it comes up to another tower apartment, there's something going on. Something is going on. I'm dropping the links in the chat. You guys can check this out yourselves because this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh my God. And she got questions. Candace, we got questions. The hell? Why are we finna see it? Jesse Markle, governing person in Florida. You can't make this up. New application record initialized, not assigned to examiner. This was back on October 24, 24. Let's go back to the other one because this one is saying is new. This is insane. Candace, you were giving this company all this money. So, okay, you see here, Optimized Consultant LLC. Owner at registration. Let's see what that is. It's just taking me back here. This is insane. This is so crazy. So to think Blexit is basically a couple other LLCs connected to either George, which goes back to her household, or something else in Tennessee, in Texas. This is nuts. Let's see OC optimizing. Yeah, they just have these three LLCs that, like, this name didn't change or anything for advertising business. Y'all, she's paying all this money, and for what? For them to fundraise for her. That's what it come down to. It's just recycling money over again. Nothing to do with anything. Oh my dear. Candace, you ought to be ashamed of your damn self. You got the audacity to question somebody. I would not have, if I were TPUSA, I would not have picked up Blexit. Just seeing this basic information here, I wouldn't even want to have anything to do with this. And they were 1.7 million in the hole. I would not have touched Blexit. I'd be like, well, you're gonna have to find a way for that to be dissolved, because we're not doing it. I would not have even touched it. I would not have even been bothered with it. Nope. I'd be like, nah, we can't be connected to that. All that sounds shady. It's so shady. This is shady as hell. This one is just like not going really back to anything. This is just shady. It don't even sound like a real LLC. It's just like a shell company. This one over here has nothing connected to it because it's new. This is nuts. See, this is recently done. Updated February 20th, 2025. I would not have touched Blexit. I would have left Blexit alone. Oh, y'all broke his hell? Oh, okay. Well, sorry about that. I don't know what to say. Like, nah, this, we don't, you can't explain half this stuff. How would she explain this to somebody? She probably don't even know what this half the stuff is it herself. And yet she paid all this money to it. $553,000 to something that doesn't even seem to be legitimate. It's like a shell LLC. And she want to ask questions? Candace, you can ask all the questions you want. This is as real as FTMG. She can ask all the questions of guard returns. Don't nobody care what questions she asks. Nobody cares. This is insane. Parlay is a IG back when it was endorsed his hand. Was their first off. Exactly. Ain't nowhere in the world. Nowhere in the world. It had to be one of those because I came across that in my research and reporting on Novatech. They had these like these 2-bedroom, 2-bath type condos in these towers. They were using as addresses for their LLC, for Novatech Inc. And then when you look it up, you're like, this don't look like anything where anyone stayed at this. It was like a shell residence they just used to put down on this registration for that LLC. Nothing viable. No proof anyone ever lived there and operated a business out of that place. It's the same thing as this. This is insane. He was a cop, and he's not a cop anymore. Officer Tatum this Brandon Tatum. Okay, well, I ain't finna call him no officer. If he's not an officer, I'm not calling him that. Brandon needs to sit here and explain something. Tatum need to start talking. You work 5 hours a week as the VP, of Blexit, and you only work 5 hours a week, and all these random weird ass LLCs like shell companies registered to this that are being paid as consulting firms. $550,000, $284,000. Ain't no way in the hell he didn't know. $838,000 total in one tax year. They basically giving money to themselves under random LLCs. One of them connected to Parler. This is something else. Candace, you got some explaining to do. This is what happens when you want to sit here and go out. And I haven't even looked up Candace Owens LLC tax documents yet. I haven't even started doing that yet. You want to go out here, play investigator, and impersonate investigator Candace. And this is what you're doing. You can't even explain why George is listed as treasurer. But this was supposed to help communities by encouraging youth to seek and take advantage of opportunities in 21st century America. This is dedicated to the advancement of urban and minority communities. Candace, what you did was no different than BLM. You just did it under the idea of being conservative, Republican based, far right, I guess. How was this any different than BLM? You got two LLCs you paid over $800,000 to. One of them connected to your husband. That's his company. You got Tatum listed as VP and director, only working 5 hours a week. 5 hours a week. VP and director, you working 30 hours a week. And then you also had a job with Daily Wire at the same time. And Tatum is your VP, and he's doing 5 hours a week. That's 1/6 of what you're doing. While your husband is the treasurer. Y'all know what treasurers do, right? Treasurers are like the bank of the company. They manage the money. Treasurers are like the in-house bank. And when I say money, I mean cash. cash on hand. Like he could access cash if he needed to. He the treasurer. Doing the same number of hours she doing. And he got an LLC connected to his Parler Inc. Oh, God. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because somehow that seems all right. Somehow this is okay. Somehow this is okay. It's greed on top of greed. Greed on top of greed. She get views and everything. Candace, it's not hard to believe that you done paid for some bots out here. You got social media fundraiser websites. I mean, hell. You might as well just say, yeah, okay, at least they did something. They went and got bots. Because otherwise, you just gave money to an LLC for nothing. It wasn't even connected to a real address or a real business. And then Parler Inc. It's a trademark connected to that LLC that George Farmer was the CEO of. You can't, man, this is mind-numbing. This is mind-numbing. Tatum originally from Texas. He's from Texas. Yeah, because, yeah. My goodness. So that optimized consulting, this is registered to Austin, Texas, y'all. This is to Austin, Texas. This is a P.O. box going to Austin, Texas. And it really has nothing else. It's like a shell company. It was originally called OC Optimized Consulting. It's like a shell company. It didn't do anything. Advertising, business management, business administration, office shit, nothing else. Nothing that to me would, okay, this is a real thing where they actually do some real work, real company connected to it. None of that. Nope. Owner registration is still connected to this P.O. box in Austin, Texas. This is for case file owner history. Like, this is insane. And she want to ask questions. So do we, Candace. We got a lot. And at least we got information to ask questions off of. We got some documentation that we can use to help build up questions from. You have nothing. You want them to tell you want to throw out general nonsense, and you want them to tell you all their business. You couldn't even look up endowments, Candace. You know your candy ass cult members. They couldn't even look up endowment. Wills and Finance, they missed the mark. He missed the mark on this one. Is he gonna look this up? Wills and Finance, you're gonna be looking at Blexit's 990 tax forms. Are you doing that next? Because we can wait. I mean, you're gonna drop a video on Blexit's tax forms? Why don't you do Candace Owens LLC and Georgetown Inc. while you at it? Wolves and Finance. While you at it, why don't you do those other LLCs? Her LLC and Georgetown Inc. Go ahead and looking up those tax forms too. This is fishy as hell. She knew that she was putting money into a so-called LLC connected to Parlor Inc. Her husband is CEO of. And he making mad money from that. He wasn't broke. They weren't hurting for anything. This is greed. Look at the stupid money you paying these LLCs, Candace. I mean, stupid money. Who the heck would pay for all this type of money to go for a social media fundraising consulting firm? That's what they classified it as. Classified as a social media fundraising. And you putting stupid money into that. Something they could have done themselves under Blexit. They didn't have to go out and pay somebody else to do under a different LLC. But, you know, you stupid like that. You do stupid things. Look at this. This is stuff that could have been in-house. Inside of Blexit. But they wouldn't pay these consultings, these LLCs. Social media fundraising. Stupid money for nothing. Can't make this up. So, Candace, you can kiss our ass. You can't just, boy, when I say you can't make this up. You can't make this up. They're paying money to themselves. She was paying money to an LLC that went to her husband. They just paying themselves. While they're sitting here trying to make it seem like they had a legitimate business. Get mad money on this. They never told anybody about this. They never told anybody, yeah, we're paying Olympic Media all this money, and that essentially goes back to George Farmer. An LLC connected to Parlor Inc. Yeah, this goes back to George, where he's the treasurer of Blexit. So he controlled the cash. Yeah, okay. They raised money just to keep it. This is what they did. And the candy asses, you know, once they conquer English, maybe they'll look at this and read it and say, yeah, no, none of this is right. It don't make any sense. But they want to say somebody stole money from TPUSA and can't say the name of that Swiss bank. Eric, we're still waiting. Crazy as hell. Why steal money? Why take money? Why put money into an LLC? You can't open this up. Yeah. The candy asses, they're cult members. I don't expect them to, like, hypocrisy is a concept they're not familiar with. While she says, I hate everyone, they think this is hating. No, this is called research. It's not my fault that you don't know the difference between the letter N and the number 9, Candace. And you're teaching this to your cult members. They're just as dumb as you. You can't make this up. Yeah, that's all I got, man. Wonder why Turning Point bought it. I know. I wouldn't have. I would not have taken on TPUSA. I would not have taken it. They did acquire it. TPUSA acquired Blexit. I would not have even touched it. I would have been like, hell no. These are your LLCs. This is just basic research here. I haven't dug in deep into anything yet. This is basic research. Those LLCs, if I go into their taxes, who knows what I'm going to find on that? This is an LLC. This is an LLC. If we would look up these taxes, tax filings for these two LLCs, what the hell are we going to find on that? This one goes to Parlor Inc., where George Farmer was the CEO. At the same time, while he is treasurer of Blexit, controlling the cash. Candace, you can kick rocks, girl. You can make this up. This is mad. I just never, like, they bought it knowing that they were 1.7 million in the hole. No wonder, because she was spending $838,000 to two LLCs, one of which sounds like a shell LLC, and Olympic Media connected to Parlor Inc. That was basically Parlor Inc. That went to a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment type place where nowhere. It's in Arlington, Virginia. No proof that it was a real company in this at this address, apartment 2031. That's an apartment where the rent is $5,300 a month. You can't make this up. What is it with Candace living in these high ass apartments? When she sued the apartment complex, she was paying $3,550 a month in rent and went 7 months without paying rent. And then lost it, of course, because she didn't even show up for court. This apartment, monthly rent, $5,394 a month. It's madness. Madness. This is crazy. Honey, I'm changing the whole title because I didn't even cover Nick Fuentes. If you bots gonna come up in here, at least go back to the beginning. I don't give a damn how his name is spelled. I'm changing the title in the thumbnail anyway. It's gonna be we expose Blexit tax documents. And we're still waiting on Eric to name the name of this damn Swiss bank. What's the name of the Swiss bank, Eric? Nick Fuentes don't pay my damn rent. You kidding me? How does this change the actual tax documents? These idiots won't read. We're literally looking at tax forms. You can't make this up. It's insane. All right, y'all. That's all we got. We're here 4 hours and 23 minutes into this. There's more to come because apparently now we got to look up these LLC's tax documents. The bots, if y'all gonna come in here late, go to the beginning. We've already gone through the LLC registrations and everything else. We've already posted up the documentation connecting this stuff. You came late. So good night to you. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Let's see here. Make sure you all, y'all boy got the comment of the day. Turnt trick towels. Boy, comment to a Playboy near you. You can't make this up. George. You didn't hide that too well. You were the treasurer of Blexit. Parlor Inc. under this media company listed as a social media fundraising. No different than GoFundMe. And you getting in over $284,000 into it. As if your old money, your millions of dollars, was not enough. How is this helping urban communities again? I'll wait. How does this help urban communities? You can't make this up. Oh, S-Files. We're gonna do it. She did a music video. We're gonna get to it. I can't click on the link from your comment in StreamYard. Can you send me the link, S-Files? I can look it up in the meantime. She's got a Christmas video she did, and we're gonna check it out. Shout out to my mods, the S Files, the candy ass coat box. Y'all just have to read. If thou knoweth how to read. I care about that Fentes' last name spelled. Child. We changed that. We didn't even go over Nick Fuentes. Shout out to what's her name? Kyla. Shout out to her for putting that video up. Because that's the video we were looking at earlier. And she worked for Blexit and she put that up. Or I'll tell you the truth. So you guys, make sure you check out S Files here. My fantastic mod. Let me put your YouTube channel. Did you put your YouTube channel link in the chat? If not, I will do it. We're going to end this live stream out on this video. This is something else. Boy, Candace, you done effed up, girl. You done effed up. She want to sit here and question them, and she don't think nobody's supposed to question her. Her bots are just, insane, the madness. Oh, they hate my guts. All right. Make sure you guys go check out this video here and hit the thumbs up on it. I read the lyrics. This is the same lyrics from Yuck 2.0. The Luxes are absolutely creative and funny. And there's a Christmas song of the Conspiracy, 12 Days of Conspiracy. So we're going to check this out. Put a one in the chat. You can see it here. Let's get to it.
On the first day of Candaspiracy, my cult leader gave to me a fake letter from Israel's Bibi. On the second day of Candaspiracy, my cult leader gave to me 2 fake degrees and a fake letter from Israel's Bibi. On the third day of Candaspiracy, my cult leader gave to me 3 French assassins, 2 fake degrees and a fake letter from Israel's Bibi. On the fourth day of Candaspiracy, my cult leader gave to me 4 super chats, 3 French assassins, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's Bibi. On the 5th day of Candaspiracy, my cult leader gave to me 4 super chats, 3 French assassins, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's Bibi.
Oh, man. The candy cane.
On the 6th day of Candaspiracy, my cult leader gave to me 6 sources tips, 5 Egyptian planes, 4 super chats, 3 French assassins, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's Bibi. 7th day of Candaspiracy, my cult leader gave to me 7 narratives spinning, 6 sources tips, 5 Egyptian planes, 4 super chats, 3 French assassins, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's Bibi. On the 9th day of Candaspiracy, my cult leader gave to me 8 facts are missing, 7 narratives spinning, 6 sources tips, 5 Egyptian planes, 4 super chats, 3 French assassins, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's Bibi. On the 9th day of Candaspiracy, my cult leader gave to me 9 bees are swarming, 8 facts are missing, 7 narratives spinning, 6 sources tips, 5 Egyptian planes, 4 super chats, 3 French assassins, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's Bibi. On the 10th day of Candaspiracy, my cult leader gave to me. 10 goalposts moving, 9 bees a swarming, 8 facts are missing, 7 narratives spinning, 6 sources tips, 5 Egyptian planes, 4 super chats, 3 French assassins, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's Billy. 11 cell phones in Israel, 10 goalposts moving, 9 bees are swarming, 8 facts are missing, 7 narratives spinning, 6 sources tips, 5 Egyptian planes, 4 super chats, 3 French assassins, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's Bibi. 12-day conspiracy, my cult leader took off, went to Tucker Carlson's Christmas party.
I feel so special. Listen, created by the S-Files. Merry Christmas. And to all the catty asses and the bots. Kick rocks. You know what? Merry Christmas to y'all too. I just hope you get a lump of coal in your stocking. Tell Candace to tell us who the shooter is. You can't make this up. Oh man. Oh, that's epic. Merry Christmas, y'all. All right. Oh man. I think everybody in Kentucky's Christmas party should be investigated. Nah, that is worth $7K. I know, right? I'm still waiting on Yahoo to pay me the money. Give me the money. Give me the money. Oh no. You won't be giggling like fool when there's like fool. You come back when you can speak English. I'm not doing that. Like fool. Anything, chop it up. They so why can't we get bots that actually speak actual English? Stop doing Google Translate. It's not working for you. Go to bed. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you all. Yeah, the candy asses, but they hate my guts because they know I don't give a damn how they feel. This is so good, man. This is so good. We're gonna be looking more into these tax forms, Candace, because we are. This is what you wanted, right? You want transparency. You want people to ask questions. You want people to give their thoughts and opinions. There's no stipulation to that, Candace. It's just not. Why would you give up Lexus when it's already in the hole? And now you got, see, Parler Inc. connected to it. It's crazy. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Y'all hit the like button. Candy asses, kick rocks. I don't know what to tell you. You're just going to have an attitude and temper tantrum. They're going to be so mad, bigly mad. And here, Erica Kirk, please make sure you record the conversation between you and Candace Owens tomorrow. I don't know why that would be completely one-on-one in private, but you don't have to trust her. You owe her nothing. And if she go bring up questions to you, bring up these tax forms and ask her some questions and say, you brought this to us, negative 1.7 mil in the hole. And then we find out these registrations going back to Parler Inc. to your husband. What we doing? Yeah, okay. All right, y'all. We'll be back on tomorrow and see what happens from this conversation with these two. If they end up having something live or posting up something, we will cover that. And then I'm going to do an Umar video tomorrow. If nothing comes out of that, we'll just do Umar. All right. So y'all get some sleep. And I will see you all in the next one. Until then, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.